We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. So I'll start with a roll call vote. Nicholas?
Today is March 27th, 2024. The time is 4:39 p.m. and those in attendance are Carla Gurriolo, absent, Joanne Harris,
Present.
Josie Martinez,
Present.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz,
Present.
Marianne Valdez Hernandez,
Present.
Bernetta Cardenas, is absent, Paul Stahl,
Present.
Marcy Yens, is absent, Beth Graham,
Here.
Judy Cruz, is absent, Jaspreet Kaur.
Present.
Board Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Let us start with the silent meditation. Bring our minds and thoughts to the work we have on the agenda for today. Thank you, everyone. Next, I'll ask for a motion for approval of the minutes from the February 28th, 2024 meeting.
I motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Thank you. The motion from Andrea and a second from Josie. Any comments? The minutes were sent to you and they are also in your packet. Questions or comments?
Do y'all have a microphone?
You can't hear me.
Are y'all speaking or are y'all just looking at each other? I can't hear you.
Okay. Yes.
May I offer the services for interpretation?
Yes, please.
Buenas tardes a todos. Si alguien necesita los servicios de traducción en español, por favor pasen para acá para recibir los receptores. I don't know Spanish. Oh, you were translating for them?
Well, if somebody needs the interpretation services in Spanish, we will be more than happy to advise.
I need her to speak more English, like louder.
Then you need to address it to her.
Yeah, I just.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so Nicholas, can you assist us in a roll call vote, please, for the acceptance of the minutes?
Carla Gurriolo is absent, Joanne Harris,
Present.
Josie Martinez,
Aye.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz,
Aye.
Marianne Valdez Hernandez,
Aye.
Bernetta Cardenas is absent, Paul Stahl,
Aye.
Marcy Yens is absent, Beth Graham,
Aye.
Judy Cruz,
Present.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, next we have the public comments. Hopefully closing the door a little bit is helping with the carrying my voice forward. Next we're going to start with public comments, and one thing to say about the public comments, because we do have on the agenda a public hearing for feedback for the Las Palmas Branch Library. We're going to first hear from folks who have signed up to speak, citizens to be heard, not on Las Palmas, but just on other library matters. So we have 4 people who've signed up to speak on other agenda items. And then Nicholas will also read public comments that were submitted online. So the first person is...
Can I ask real quick, if one of y'all can repeat that at a higher voice for accessibility?
Yes. Do we have a microphone here that we can use?
We can see if anyone's having trouble
Are
hearing.
y'all gonna go over the speakers that signed up here at McCreless?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you just said Las Palmas.
The Las Palmas portion will be later. Las Palmas will be later.
Oh,
Okay, we're waiting to see if we have a microphone.
We do not.
We do not, okay. Okay, well, maybe we can, I'll try again in a louder voice. I'm gonna be calling citizens to be heard for agenda items that are not related to the Las Palmas public hearing. So if you signed up for Las Palmas public hearing, sit tight. We will get to you a little bit later in the agenda. Okay, the first person that signed up to speak is Penny King. She's going to speak on agenda item number 4. Ms. King, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, thank you. My name is Penny King. I'm a resident of San Antonio's East Side, as well as a member of APRSA. I'm here to speak on the trial run of armed cops in the Central Library. I've been here before, so I will try to keep it short. I think this decision as a response to crime is a poor one. You are each appointed by a council person with the district, and to me that means you each have a duty to include those members of those communities. When we look at folks that congregate around the Central Library or around our libraries on each side of the town, we see large groups of houseless, queer, veteran, and immigrant communities. Communities who host events I love to see the public library at. Communities that are told to gather here for resources like enhanced library cards and to aid in validating their rights to live and exist in community alongside others who may not hold all of these identities. When we shamelessly and bullheadedly make decisions, those communities should be at the table. They should have a say in what safety means for them as well. When we start leaving people out of convos as well as create barriers, like symbols of systematic oppression, which I would consider cops, in those institutions, I start to question intentions as well as the ability as people in your position to change along with your community. Just from the people that have been able to make it here consistently or have made online comments, you have been offered a myriad of concerns as well as a myriad of solutions. I think it would be silly not to try or to engage with those folks who are willing to do that with y'all. As a couch hopper and young person who has come into adulthood in San Antonio, the threat of being houseless has been constant and almost never ending. That is a reality most young folk making this transition, as well as a ton of other identities, as mentioned before, live in. A staple for resources that has gotten many of community members off the streets has been their ability to enter into the public library to use internet, pass time away from traumatizing home environments, or have safe spaces for enrichment, which we all need. I would not like to see this type of community either living with anxiety, avoiding or breaking ties with their libraries just because they felt excluded or threatened. And I'm asking you to not continue this program with armed cops. I'm asking you that you consider more community-led options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. King. Next is Ananda Tomas.
Hello, my name is Ananda Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of Act for SA and a resident of District 8. I'm here to ask you to end the pilot program and not to continue or expand the pilot program for armed SAPD officers in the Central Library. And I also want to ask that because this has been a constant theme at each month's Board of Trustees meeting, that you put it on next month's agenda. I'm going to focus on the reason why cops make libraries an unsafe space. 1, the weapons effect. This model, which is backed by studies, states that exposure to weapons increases aggressive thoughts and hostile actions. You're allowing officers with weapons into a library, leading to increased aggressive behavior, which is exactly what you were trying to combat when you implemented this program. 2, increased police violence. Last year was one of the deadliest years for SAPD in our history. SAPD killed 14 people and shot 22 of them. They doubled the amount of folks that they shot last year as they did in 2022. The simple presence of police officers increases the chance of police violence to occur in libraries, and we have seen this. A black man was killed in a New Jersey library. A teenager in Lakewood Library had her jaw broken by an officer. A young man in India on a college campus in the library lost use of his right eye. This is the kind of violence you are inviting into our central library and any kind of library within the San Antonio Public Library system. Immigration status has also been linked to increased experiences of police violence, specifically foreign-born individuals. They are subjected to higher levels of police violence and force. With SB 4 in place, we can expect this to only increase. Permanent police presence in our libraries will mean that our undocumented community members will be profiled, arrested, and even deported just by visiting their local library. We cannot stand for this. End the SAPD pilot program to have armed officers in our library once and for all. We need to focus on inclusive, transformative, equitable, alternative justice and solutions to any type of conflict that occurs in our libraries. Cops have never been the answer. They simply respond to crime. They simply respond to incidents. They are not the root solution to creating a safer environment for all of us, whether that's in our community or our libraries. We need to think bigger, we need to think broader, and we need to think more equitably. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Jade Pacheco.
My name is Jade Pacheco. I am a resident of D4 and a community builder with Act 4SA. I want to focus on asking you to prioritize community solutions to when you're responding to safety concerns. Your community space, when talking with community members about this issue, I hear over and over people that have been helped by the library, that have been saved from homelessness by the library, or lost a job and they found resources here. And I want that to continue for our community. That's the way to make community safe. And as a community space, I think you should reach out to other community organizations that represent community members that are your patrons. We have Corazon Ministries that help with the houseless community. We have IRLC, Sueños Sin Fronteras with the immigrant communities. There is a way to respond to safety concerns in a restorative justice lens that does not include the police. When you include the police, especially in this day and age, after the uprisings, so many community members, and I don't need a study, know that interactions with the police can risk their lives. And with SB4, it's an even greater risk of loss of family members. I'm asking y'all to consider things like hiring a social worker instead, full-time in the Central Library, host coffee with a counselor, host having spaces that are quiet, cooling, or warming centers with food, because we know there's been studies when the heat rises or there's extreme weather, people are like hot and cranky, and especially like houseless with no food. I think spaces like this can make it where it's a little safer. And also hosting de-escalation workshops for the community. You could even do, like I know when there's issues that happen and bans are put in place for going into the library, you can make it an incentive. Well, you can come back if you complete this de-escalation training or this anger management training. I am just asking you to do things that actually address safety concerns instead of just punitive punishment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pacheco. And finally, we have Molly.
Hi. Hi, my name is Molly, chronically homeless person, currently housed going on 5 years. Thank you, Act 4 San Antonio, for bringing this pilot program, bringing awareness to this type of program that San Antonio Public Library wants to pitch. Thank you very much. My first husband, Richard Trevino II, he was an avid user and supporter of the library. The book collection and later internet book collection satisfied his incredible thirst for knowledge. He pushed for more black and brown writers to be recognized in the San Antonio Public Library shelves, and even pushed for online services. He got to enjoy those services up until his passing in 2016. But I am glad that he's not alive to see this possible inclusion of the San Antonio Public Library, that you're about to put SAPD cops, install them in the libraries. We all know who you're targeting. It is a given. You are targeting the unhoused residents. We all know that. Remember, the city council, the mayor, the city manager's office, right here, you know the folks who doesn't lift a finger to render assistance to the community of the unhoused. All they do is sweep them. Well, they tout that people can come to the libraries to escape the heat, the incredible triple-digit heat, especially after they get swept by the city managers and the city mayor's office, the city council. And know this, with the Johnson versus Grants Pass case in the U.S. Supreme Court, if you don't know what it is, you're in a great resource. Go ahead and just jump on the computer and Google Johnson v. GrantsPass.com. That's johnsonvgrantspass.com. When the federal judges finds in favor of Johnson, like how the appeals court had, remember, installing SAPD officers who have a record of feeding feces sandwiches to the unhoused and other forms of harassment, a very long history of police harassment unto the unhoused, know that the San Antonio Public Library will be just as liable as the City of San Antonio management and council members and mayor for all the acceptance of and participation in cruel and unusual punishment to the unhoused community. So unless you are ready and you have a lot of money in your budget to face a chingle amount of lawsuits, I would seriously think about scrapping and forever erasing any thought of installing cops in our libraries. It's a shame on all of you, and judging by who is sitting in this chair, I think I know where the idea came from.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens to be heard? Okay. Thank you all for those who spoke up. And Nicholas, you had some online comments that were submitted.
Yes, ma'am. Comment number 1 from Kayla, referencing agenda item number 9.
Do you mind speaking those into the microphone by chance?
Sure.
I really appreciate it. It's just an accessibility thing.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Comment number 1 from Kayla. Increased militarization of police has a reduced ROI and artificially inflates demand that comes at the expense of the very community the force would be overseeing. Expense such as wrongful death, wrongful assault, wrongful displacement, wrongful theft of personal property. Increased militarization of police and any form of police expansion is a bloat on city funds, taking up anywhere between 40 to 60%, which could be better spent on already struggling public services such as free food for students and compulsory education, free and/or reduced cost extracurricular activities such as sports, arts, STEM, etc., expansion of social services and rehabilitatory services. All of these items mentioned are stolen opportunities from the San Antonio community when a city chooses to lazily direct funds to a standing army. Comment 2, Forrest Davidson. I work in the private sector, but I have a master's in library science. And both as a private citizen and as a librarian, I believe that libraries should not prioritize armed cops. As a public good, libraries are a place for access to resources and community, and are not an appropriate place for the implicit threat of violence from police. Comment 3, from Lowe. Please keep police presence out of our libraries in San Antonio. We need to invest in more preventative health services and people who are trained in conflict mediation, not the police, who are only there to protect property, not people. Comment 4, from Sky Lanahan. Me and all my friends agree we feel significantly less safe with police in our libraries. Many of my community are trans or queer, presenting or have a racial identity that makes the cops suspect for no reason other than racism and bias. Let's not forget that police only protect people in power. Unfortunately, library staff has power over civilians, and the cops will always choose to protect library property over lives, even at the expense of the community the library is trying to serve. The temperatures outside are getting hotter. People are going to have a very hard time this summer, and there may be people having emotional outbursts due to the inequitable conditions the society has created. Do we trust cops to de-escalate? No, we can't. Not when they continuously harass people and escalate into violence when people are having mental health crises. Locally, I think of Melissa Pettis, a mother who died last year because the police could not de-escalate her while she was having a mental health crisis. More recently, I think of Ryan Gaynor, a black autistic boy who was perceived as a threat while holding a gardening tool. They killed him. If people cannot bring their children, autistic family members, or those with mental health struggles into a public space like the library because it's unsafe, then it is no longer a public space. It's an institution for the privileged, and the library is the only free space we have left. Please listen to the community on this one. Our voices should speak louder than your staff, some of whom are rightfully outraged at being assaulted. However, the patrons of the library are not the problem. It's our society. Let's get in touch with reality and realize the library needs to expand its focus and respond to the needs of the public, which means finding ways to work with community so everyone can feel safe. Everyone means everyone, not those who hold power over the houseless and mentally ill. Comment 5 from Diana. The presence of officers increases the likelihood of violence in our libraries. Bringing someone into the space that has a weapon creates hostility and tension. With at least 40% of cops being perpetrators of domestic violence, I do not trust any of these people to be in our public spaces, let alone the library. Comment 6, Chris Castillo. How cops affect the community, the problem, the 6-month pilot program for armed SAPD officers in the Central Library, with a consideration to continue and expand the program in the future depending on pilot results. Why this is harmful, no community input or discussion to begin with. Community input results in stronger, more equitable policies. It builds trust between communities and organizations. It further provides a better understanding and sense of ownership with the community, which can lessen pushback and make implementation more successful. The memo proposing this program to the Board of Trustees admitted the program could make certain portions of the community feel unsafe. Those communities should have been included in a dialogue about the program before it was initiated. Effect within the library, the weapons effect. This model, backed by studies, states that exposure to weapons increases aggressive thoughts and hostile actions, thus explaining why weapons facilitate aggressive behavior. One study found that even just hearing the name of a weapon can make participants more aggressive. This means that the presence of a weapon on these officers can also increase general aggression, which in turn can escalate encounters with police. Increased police violence, the simple presence of officers increases the chance of police violence to occur in libraries. Research has shown that Black and Latino adults are more likely to experience police violence than white adults. Gender also plays a role, as empirical evidence shows that Black and Latino men were more likely than white individuals and women to experience threats or use of physical force by the police. Empirical evidence has found that Black and Latino men were more likely than white individuals and women to experience threats or use of physical force by the police. Comment 7 from Dungu Gakunga. Police should not be stationed in public libraries because these institutions as critical sanctuaries of learning, exploration, and community support, accessible to all members of society without fear of surveillance or law enforcement intervention. The presence of police can create an atmosphere of discomfort, and intimidation for marginalized communities, potentially deterring people from utilizing the library's resources and participating in its programs. Libraries thrive as environments where intellectual freedom, privacy, and inclusivity are paramount. Thus, employing community-based approaches to security and conflict resolution can better align with these values, ensuring libraries remain safe, welcoming spaces for everyone. Comment 8, Carolina Canizales. As a library user and advocate for inclusive community spaces, I strongly oppose the decision to have police officers stationed full-time at the San Antonio Public Library. Libraries are meant to be welcoming sanctuaries for everyone, especially for marginalized and vulnerable communities such as houseless individuals, immigrants, youth, LGBTQI individuals. In my personal life, a lot of my family members are undocumented and are library users. I know they will no longer feel safe with permanent police officer presence, especially as new anti-immigrant bills, SB 4, take effect, where it allows any police officer to ask anyone they suspect of not having a legal status. It's a grave risk for families to go to the library, and that be the reasons they get arrested and deported. This is not a way to live. Having a permanent police presence can create an atmosphere of fear and intimidation, particularly for those who have had negative experiences or interactions with the law enforcement. It can deter individuals from accessing vital resources and services that the library provides, ultimately undermining its role as a safe and inclusive space for all members of the community. Instead of relying on policing to address safety concerns, the library should invest in alternative approaches such as community outreach, conflict resolution training for staff, and partnership with social service organizations. These strategies not only promote a sense of safety, but also foster trust and build stronger connections within the community. Furthermore, allocating resources towards addressing the root causes of social issues, such as homelessness and poverty, would be a more effective long-term solution than relying solely on policing. By prioritizing compassion, empathy, and support, the San Antonio Public Library can truly fulfill its mission of serving as a beacon of knowledge, understanding, and inclusivity for everyone. I'm going to grab some water.
Why don't you guys swap?
It is number 9.
Finish number 9? Or I'm on 9.
9's next.
Iman Saliba. I don't understand how something like putting cops in our public libraries was decided without any input from the community in the first place. The implementation of this decision makes certain members of the community feel very unsafe and therefore unwelcome. A lot of folks, me and my family included, also don't feel comfortable or safe around weapons and individuals with weapons, especially in a space that is supposed to be a place of learning, comfort, and relaxation. Weapons increase aggressive thoughts and hostile actions, and our public libraries are not the place for that. As well, there's the issue of our houseless community who we know frequent public libraries for shelter, rest, and to the use of resources. So having police presence will either result in houseless folks possibly getting arrested and depriving them from being in those spaces that they need to avoid contact with police officers. Please look for alternatives instead of having the militarized police force present in our public libraries. Seek feedback from the communities which public libraries serve and allow us to feel safe in a space we love and seek to be in. And finally, the funds that will be used to have the police officers at the public libraries will be better spent on more resources to offer people. Thank you. Kamala Plot. Police program in the Central or other San Antonio libraries. I am against police stationed in public libraries based on ethical, equity, and efficacy issues. Police presence threatens the very purpose of the library as a place of intellectual, artistic, and social growth and connection, and brings in all the prejudices that may be held by that particular police person and their larger policing system. In public libraries, people should not have to encounter such prejudice. In 1996, I taught a course in a college in NYC that did not have its own library in the inner city campus, so we used the local public library. My class was made up of many ethnicities and skin colors, and all students were from families originating in the Caribbean, as was most of the community. One day when we all congregated at the library for instruction, one of the black men in my class was not with us, and he later reported to me that he had not been allowed to join us because the police at the front would not allow him in the library based on suspicion of him because he was Muslim and on previous visits had been interested in Islamic texts found there. However, the rest of us were listening to a librarian's instruction. Most of us were sitting at tables, but there were not enough chairs, so 3 black and/or brown men had been gentlemen and remained standing quietly. Like all of us, they were intent on the speaker, but when police guard walked up to them and asked them to leave. Of course, both the librarian and I spoke up to let him know these men were students, part of my class, and the policemen retreated. However, the discrimination and profiling was very evident and disturbing to all of us. Afterward, I explained the situations to the head of the school, and she and I filed a complaint letter to the public library. I never heard if anything happened to remedy the situation there. My memory may be unusual, but I never want such situations to become the norm in San Antonio. Joshua Anaya. Adding police officers in the public library is an unconscionable act that I implore SAPL to reconsider as a citizen of this beautiful city. As such a diverse city, San Antonio carries with it a history of traumatizing and violating black and brown communities at the hands of police and military violence. Myriad research has been done to illustrate the effects of police violence on black and brown men particularly, as well as the LGBT plus people and women. Further, police presence threatens the purpose of the library itself as a place of intellectual, artistic, social growth and connection. People should not have to encounter such prejudices when spending time in a space meant for learning and resource sharing. Hiring police officers for the SAPL will only further enforce Texas's harmful immigration practices, giving officers the ability to racially profile, arrest, and order deportations on immigrant communities who visit the library. Please take the voice of the community as precedent and priority when making this decision, and do not arm our libraries. Hannah. Keep cops out of the library. There is no need for police to be in our neighborhood, especially in the library. They consistently criminalize and harm unhoused community members who deserve to take up space in the library. Libraries save lives and cops kill them. Keep cops out of the library. Replace them with resources, snacks, events, and education. We keep each other safe, not cops. My unhoused neighbors have horrible experiences being kicked out of libraries by cops for simply taking up space inside. Unhoused neighbors are wanted community members in our libraries. Prove it by keeping cops out. L. Rodriguez. Please keep cops out of San Antonio libraries. Alexis McBride. The library is open space of shared resources for all members of the community. Police have historically been utilized for subjugation and intimidation through violence. For many marginalized groups, police presence is still synonymous with this violent subjugation and intimidation today. Police in libraries creates a tense and intimidating atmosphere for marginalized groups that will inevitably be targeted and surveyed. This creates a barrier to accessing these resources in addition to the many already existing barriers for so many marginalized groups. Adding police to the library is agreeing to have more conflicts and escalation of situations, possibly to violence and death, and create unsafe space for all members of the community. Cynthia Martinez. Please keep SAPD out of our libraries. I do not personally feel safe with them in the library. Alexa Motega. Trained mental health physicians are a better choice than cops. Can't afford them? Why do cops get such huge subsidies would be your next quest. Lydia Ceballos. Putting cops in the library is a very bad idea and terrible for the community. Annalisa Mayo Ramos. Adding a police presence to our public library is a misguided decision because it adds an uneasy energy to the public libraries for those who are often harassed by police, such as unhoused people, or people of color who see our public libraries as a safe haven. Stephanie Velasco, keep cops out of our libraries. Hannah Salzman, hiring police officers to patrol the main branch library is a misuse of SAPL resources. The presence of the police makes many people of marginalized identities feel uncomfortable as they are more heavily policed, and libraries are meant to be places of community. Armed people patrolling the area makes people feel unsafe rather than protected, and it makes it more likely that these people won't use the library services that their taxes are paying for. Moreover, the community was not involved in making this decision, and as such, it cannot be fairly said that this is what we as a group broadly want, since we were not consulted to begin with. I, for one, would much rather my taxes went to more productive uses. Gabriella, I am against adding armed cops to the public library. Adding armed individuals would not make the library feel safer. Rather, it would feel like there is a constant and pressuring sense of danger lurking in the library. People would be unable to relax, nor would they feel safe there. The presence of guns only brings forth negative feelings of fear and anxiety, not safety and reassurance. Noah Collins, it feels silly to have to post a comment again about cops in the library, but here we are. Why is it that we, those who are harassed by the police day in and day out, now need them infiltrating a space we all are meant to feel welcomed and safe? Cops in the library makes the library no longer a library. Instead, cops in the library make the library just one more tool in the surveillance, oppression, and control apparatus of the U.S. government. So I beg you, do not turn a space for freedom and liberation into one of surveillance and domination. Ana Trevino, I do not believe we should be wasting taxpayer money to police the library, which criminalizes our houseless community and negatively impacts goals of racial equity and justice. We need community solutions that could include social workers in libraries, or other professionals like Corazon Ministries. Shirley Pacheco, I'm against police and library. In my opinion, the police presence would raise the chance of police violence. The current police need more training on how to deal with adverse situations, as in aggression and mental health issues. In addition, we need more community input on this proposal. Respectfully, Shirley Pacheco. Ananda Torres, we should never have armed officers in any of our libraries. This is for a number of reasons. One, as anti-immigrant laws like SB 4 take effect, permanent police presence can mean that our undocumented community members can and will be profiled, arrested, and ordered deported just by visiting our public library. I spoke with the police chief about this, and he confirmed that they will be following this new law. 2, from Boston to Lakewood to India, there have been reports of officers assaulting students, teenagers, and even firing their guns, killing people inside and outside libraries. Research has also shown that Black and Latino adults are more likely to experience police violence than white adults. Let's be honest here. Police do not prevent, interrupt, or solve the vast majority of violence that takes place in our communities. They respond after violence has already happened and sometimes contribute their own violence to the situation too. The simple presence of an officer means increased chance of escalation to violence, even deadly violence. You are welcoming more violence into our libraries, not mitigating it. 3, the community was not offered a chance to share their opinion on this matter before launching the pilot program. You can see clearly from the comments against this program that community does not support this. End this program and find other alternatives to solving conflict within the library. Stand with community. Thank you for your time. And that's the last written comment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you both. This is good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you
Haley and Nicholas for reading those comments. I just want to explain the public hearing process quickly. So first,
I'm sorry to interrupt. There was a voicemail message as well. You'll have the option for that, so.
yeah, we do have an option. We'll check into that for you. We have, for the public hearing process, there's going to be 3 steps. So I just want to highlight those before we go on. Number 1 is that the library staff presentation on Las Palmas design changes for item number 2 on the agenda. And there will also be a staff presentation on the design of the Las Palmas Branch Library Digital Monument, which is item number 20 on the agenda. So item number 2 and item number 20 will be handled together after a brief presentation by library staff. Then we will have a public hearing, public comments for both of these items. Anyone who came in and signed this paper in person will be invited to speak first. And then I will again ask Nicholas and Haley for some help in reading the online comments that were submitted. After the presentation is complete, after public comments have been heard, then the Library Board of Trustees will deliberate and take action on these 2 items. So number 1 is design changes, and the first one, which is item number 2, is design changes, and the second one, which is item number 20, has to do with the digital monument. Okay? So Kathy, I'm going to pass it over to you and your team to do the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're excited tonight to present to the board an item to consider some design changes to the Las Palmas Branch Library Bond Project. I will share quite a bit of background. I'll try to go quickly, but I thought it was important to show how the project has been increased over time, and then just show some of the major milestones with the public input process, the bond process, and so forth. So you'll recall that this project is to do a full renovation of the Las Palmas Branch Library itself, and then also to do improvements to the shared space between the Las Palmas Branch Library and the Benavides Center. So this gives us some highlights of those improvements. It's children's area improvements, the teen area. We're adding a Learn Center. In the shared area, we're doing meeting room improvements to the existing meeting room, improving the points of service for the community. So for example, the circulation desk, refreshing the computer lab, which we call the Connect Technology Lab, full bathroom renovations in the shared space. We're also relocating for higher visibility some of the existing art at the branch so that it's more accessible to the community. We're doing a roof replacement. We're doing improvements to our building systems, including the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system, which of course is very important to serving as a cooling center. And then we're also bringing some sustainability funds to the project to do an LED lighting retrofit, which will both improve the lighting in the building and also improve our energy efficiency. And perhaps most excitingly, we're going to do an expansion of 2,000 square feet at the current plaza area in the front of the building. This was a high priority for the community, which is why we went back through the bond process and brought further resources to the project so that we could achieve that vision. So this shows the funding associated with the bond project. It has been a long road, so I thought I'd quickly run through this. So originally, back in May 2017, the voters approved a Las Palmas renovation project for $1.7 million. This was only going to allow us to do the renovation of the branch and not do the full scope that I just went through. In the meantime, though, our Library Foundation began fundraising and brought resources to the table. We worked with our partner department that's also housed in the building to bring some funds for the HVAC system. And then because the community spoke so clearly that they really wanted the expansion at the front of the building of 2,000 square feet, the board prioritized taking the Las Palmas Branch Library project back through the 2022 bond project to bring enough money to the table to achieve that vision. So the voters in May 2022 approved that bond, and we just keep scrubbing and finding more resources for it. So that's when we added the LED lighting upgrade money. And then the foundation came to the table again with some more technology funds. And then finally, most recently, what's been the challenge is closing that final gap of 1.25 million. So in coordination with city leadership and with the Public Works Department, we have identified that last piece of funding to move forward with the rest of the project. So in total, what started as a $1.7 million project is now a $5.8 million project. So we can get all the vision achieved that the community so eloquently talked about in that initial public input. This shows this on a timeline. So you can see starting at the left when the 2017 bond program was approved, the community input meeting in 2019, in 2022. We began construction with the branch closing in March 2023. So we are about 90% complete on that phase of construction. And then the 2022 bond scope, which is basically the expansion to the front of the building, was approved in the 2022 bond. And now tonight, of course, we're having this public hearing to show you the final design with some changes that I'll go through in a minute to get the project so that we can do the next phase of construction and complete it and reopen to the public. So that's tonight. So these are the changes. So as I mentioned, we all came together and worked very diligently to bring as much resource to the project as we possibly could. We still had a deficit, and this was due to really the market for construction. And I know probably everybody's very fatigued about hearing about this, but we had a lot of city projects, private projects, just the industry where construction costs were going up. This has been a situation since COVID. And so we experienced this on the Las Palmas project. So we did two things. One was bringing that additional over $1 million to the project. But then also we scrubbed the design with our architects, and I'll be introducing one of the architects here with us tonight in a moment, and then with our Public Works Department partners to look at what we needed to do to get it across the finish line, close the budget gap, and move forward. So that is what we presented on February 12th to the community. But because the details were still under development, we recommended, and the board executive committee agreed, let's bring all the detail tonight and have a public hearing around this. So that's what we're doing tonight. So these are the design changes that the staff team is proposing. And you'll see some renderings in a moment, as well as the floor plan that gives you more detail on this. So first is the removal of 3 clear-story windows in the foyer of the branch. And again, in a moment, you'll see what that looks like. Adjustments to the storefront window system that's at the front of the building for the expansion. We were going to add an additional public restroom to be an inclusive restroom that we're recommending deleting from the project now so we can move forward. And I'll share kind of at the end of the presentation the items that we're hopeful that maybe in a future project we could add back in, but removal of that for now. Changing the ceiling materials in the plaza enclosure. It was originally a wood acoustical treatment, and now you'll see in the pictures in a minute, it's a steel decking with some acoustical treatment, but a different type. There is, in the existing meeting room, a small support area with a sink. That will remain, but we're deleting from the project, we're proposing that we delete from the project some of the additional improvements to that area. So there will still be that small support space adjacent to the existing meeting room with the sink, but it won't have some of the additional improvements that we had originally hoped to do. And then there was the desire to add storage space to the existing meeting room, and that is, we're also recommending deleting that to get this within budget so we can go forward. There was a solar shade system on the outside of the building, exterior to the expansion. That you'll see in a moment. We're proposing deleting it. for now, but that's also an improvement that perhaps could be a future improvement. And then elimination of landscaping, irrigation, and decorative lighting, not safety lighting, not exterior lighting in that regard, but some decorative lighting from the front. So I think these will become much clearer with the renderings. So I'll turn it over to Pam Carpenter, who is a principal for 7th Generation Design. She is one of the 2 architects on the project, and she'll walk through visually the design changes as well as showing those changes on the floor plan. So I'm happy to turn it over to Pam.
Hello, Board. Thank you for having me, and I appreciate working on this project. It's an honor to serve the community and work on important projects like this, which benefit all of us.
I'm going to adjust the
Okay,
mic a
in
little.
San Antonio.
Is that okay?
Yes. Okay. Will you be advancing the?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I just left you. Sorry about that. Yes, I can do it. You just
Okay.
tell me when you're ready for, when you're ready for each one.
So I think Kathy did a great summary of the floor plan, and we are going to focus on the addition, that arced area. That's where the project is focused. That's the core of it right now. We did want to add on some additional areas deeper into the building that are shown in green and yellow. But again, the budget constraints keep us in the core of the project, which is the meeting space that shows the seating. Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yes, thank you. This is how it originally looked with the solar shade and some decorative string lights, and with the window beyond and a sprinkler system. But the next slide shows where we are at now to install a 2-hour wall as a substitute to the sprinkler system. And we don't have the solar shade. There can be provisions for the solar shade structurally, but we don't have the solar shade. And so the main changes are that on the front and the landscaping, but I think there was also some talk about placing some public art maybe out here as a trade-off to the landscaping. This is also a view of that, the updated design where you don't see that window in that gabled or pitched wall at the gallery or at the main building due to the protections that are needed for the firewall that is going to separate the addition from the existing library. And that's just the main difference on the exterior. Mm-hmm.
Can you go back to the first slide?
Absolutely. And this last slide just shows it side by side as well. But yes, happy to go back.
Yeah.
To this one?
Yes.
Okay.
So the 3 things that you're highlighting, one is the very on the main part of the building, that small window. You see like a correct window here, and then also the lights, and there's a solar shade back there as well. Right, correct. Yes, and there's the solar shading. They are coming off the columns. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
And then the clear story windows we're talking about are up here. You see it a little bit better in the next.
Because that mast wall is there, it's not very prominent or evident from the parking lot or the approach.
This probably shows that the best.
Yes, kind of more of a bird's eye view there. You can see it better. So there was one window in that pitched area that was removed because of the firewall conditions, and then a window on either side, a smaller square window on either side of that pitched center roof. And then this is an up close of what we had before with the solar shading and the landscape and some of the lighting.
And so these are various views of how it looks without that solar shade. This was the previous interior. We had an acoustic ceiling, and it was a wood-like material or product. And we have updated that to still provide acoustics, but it'll be a suspended ribbon sort of panelized system is what we're proposing here. It's a foam product, and it's coated with a latex-based paint, and it'll provide some sound absorption. So it's just going from that harder surface to more of that softer, playful, and still hold some interest in the ceiling. The carpet's the same, the wall, the paint, none of that's changed. The windows, we've tried to keep the windows and the storefront a little bit towards the rear. We need some protection for that firewall, just a few feet of extra wall there back behind that that screen that you see. That's the green screen wall. This was the solar shade system. These were sections of it that we had in the original design, and it was most impactful in the winter when the sun got lower, but we have a high-performing glass to support keeping the heat out, and we've optimized the glass, so we've added some gas to the airspace. And it's not just air, it's gas, so we've added gas and a tinting. It's not too dark, but it does have a tint to it to also serve as a line of defense and be higher performing in lieu of that sunshade.
And the Facilities Committee at its March meeting deliberated at length about the changes, and they did have a few questions which I wanted to just make sure were answered in this presentation. So one of them Pam just addressed, which is without this system, which again might be a future improvement. We're preserving the ability to maybe do that in the future. There's these other treatments and tactics that they're taking to ensure that there's not a heat problem, a light problem, glare when someone's presenting. Another question was regarding I've got too many remote controls here. Let me see if I can do this. Here we go. So rather than the wood acoustical ceiling, there is now this new treatment that Pam described. And is that cleanable? So I'll ask Pam if she can address that.
It is. It's recommended that they be cleaned with compressed air. It's a fairly smooth texture. It's like they're made of something like a magic eraser. If you know that kind of foam, that's the magic eraser. It's a very fine material, and they have a coating on it, a latex coating. So it is cleanable with some air.
I'm sorry, sidebar for a minute. So the other question that came up at Facilities Committee that I wanted to ask Pam to address is regarding the clear story windows, because we're very close to the project, so we maybe didn't spend enough time on this aspect, but one of the ways that this final part of the budget gap was closed was to value engineer the fire suppression system in a way that still absolutely meets code for the expansion, but doesn't require as expensive a way to do it. So that's why we're having this firewall improvement, and that's why the clear story windows will be removed, because you can't have glass as a material and it be a firewall. So I do not mean to play architect, so I will ask Pam to come up and address it, because of course those are existing windows, and so the question was, will it make it dark in the foyer, or will that be a problem? So Pam, if you don't mind.
There are clear story lights still on the north side. They remain, I believe there's 4 on the north side, 4 or 5 on the north side, the opposite side towards the residences. And then there's still 2 remaining on the front. So it's going to be a little reduced, especially with that addition. We have that addition there. So, but it's so bright. When I think of reduced light, it's hard to imagine because we all have been out there and it's just so bright and intense and hot. I just think that maybe a little less light would be okay because it's so, there's just so much of it coming from the south face. This is just direct south hit. And it could be good because there is a large art installation going out into that space between the meeting room that's there now. And I know that a lot of curators of art would say, keep the light away from it. We don't want too much light there. Light damages art often. So I think it could balance out to be beneficial from at that regard. But it will be less, but there will be light. There will be light on all those sides. So we're not losing and having a dark wall. There will still be light coming in on all those sides.
Is that all the questions? Okay. So we just wanted to make sure to take a moment and make sure we had answered the Facilities Committee questions. And I know in a few minutes you'll have your deliberations. And of course, if you have more questions after the public comments, we're happy to address those questions from the board. And then the other item that came up at the community meeting that we held on February 12th was to get an update on the bond project that is occurring adjacent.
Before you go on,
Yes,
can you
ma'am.
go to the very first slide?
Yes. Is there a better way to do it than me scrolling through and making people, I'm so sorry.
Do it for me.
Thank you, Jessica.
So you mentioned the, or sorry, next slide. One more. There, you mentioned the removal of the 3 clear story windows. And then you said adjustment to the storefront window. Can you tell us what that is? Is that the removal of the solar shade or was that something else?
It is something else, thank you, because I did kind of gloss over that. So at the front of the building with the 2,000 square foot expansion, there's a storefront window system that's a curved window system. Because of the firewall, we just have to start the windows about 4 feet on each side out from the building. I'm not sure if you can exactly see it, but let's see.
It's very, very.
Oh, wrong one.
Yeah, interior. It's.
Maybe, oh, sorry, this one might be the best one.
Yeah.
This is the original design, but this might be the best one. Do you want to kind of point out? This is the.
Yes, let's see that. Here it is. It's back here behind this column, right behind this last column from this wall here, where it starts into the addition and projects into the addition. We have to have a 1 hour wall 4 feet. So it's difficult to see.
So while in the original proposal, that would have started with glass right at the edge of the building, now it will be a wall that's about 4 feet out from the building.
That's part of the fire suppression.
That's a change because of the fire suppression. Yes, ma'am.
And then I think there was one other item in the list. I just want to make sure everything on the list has been. So the removal of the inclusive restroom, I think you showed that just before, but if you can show it on the
Floor
layout.
plan.
Yep, and then you also have this removal of meeting room support and storage spaces. If you can show that as well.
So that inclusive restroom is right here. It's currently part of the gallery, like this area, but it was being filled in right here for an additional restroom. And then the storage area is in green. That area, which is currently a little catering kitchen space, but it was going to be converted and reconfigured for storage.
So what will that look like in the final plan, or in this proposed design?
The proposed would be existing. It would just stay as is and not receive any modifications at this time. I mean, I suppose you could still store things in that area. It's a separate space and room. It's just, it has a countertop and a sink in it and a few things.
And the inclusive restroom, what is that today?
What was the question? What is that?
Inclusive restroom, yeah, is that?
Or will it
Does
be
that
on the floor
exist
plan?
today?
since we're not adding it?
I see, sorry.
Mhm.
It will look just like this. It'll be a mirror. This will look like this. These sides mirror each other right now.
So it'll just be an open area?
Yes, yes, a little open area, back hall to the restrooms.
Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you.
So I know when you start your deliberations, maybe there'll be more questions as well, and so we're happy to try to answer any additional questions you think of. But one of the items that came up with the community at the February 12th meeting was to get an update on a related project nearby. So we have Evelyn Gomez here, who's a senior architect with the Public Works Department, to give a brief update about that project.
Hello? The West Side Strategic Area Project, I think it started many years ago. It was a study in various parts, yeah. It was a study that affected various areas on the west side and related to Las Palmas campus. There was a portion of the project focused there, and I think, let me just begin by saying it's not necessarily a San Antonio Public Library project. The user group for that project includes various homeowner association, the YWCA, West Side Coalition, and other groups that I can't name at the moment, but it's not just a library project, but it is 2022 bond project, and it was to respond to that study that identified several areas near the Las Palmas campus. I think there was 5 chief items targeted for development and construction, and we at Public Works were looking at focusing first. I mean, all of it is necessary, but to begin with, we were going to focus on the expansion of the width of the sidewalk on Castroville Road, and we were working with our horizontal group on that, and we have preliminary design and opinion of probable cost for that. It is currently on pause because it is a 2022 bond project and related to the library, Las Palmas Library project. So once everything is finalized for the library project, then we will finalize the situation for the West Side Strategic Area portion of the project, of the bond. So they are related but separate, and so once we finalize everything in the library, then we'll move forward with the West Side Strategic Area work.
And then we did want to mention that there are some of the items that for now staff is proposing that they need to not go forward so we can move forward and close the gap. But I wanted to be very clear what those items are that might be possibilities in the future. Now this means if there's another project, if there's funding to do it in the future. But those items are, of course, the lighting, landscaping, and irrigation. So those could be added back in. We are making arrangements, as Pam mentioned, so that the solar shade system could be added back in the future. The inclusive restroom, of course, at a future date, and then that meeting room support area where we talked about basically it's going to stay the same if the board accepts these changes for now, but maybe at a future date that could be a project. But again, a future project with additional funding, at a future time, not as part of this project. That's the staff's recommendation so that we can go forward and finish the project and reopen. And then because it's very much related, part of the original scope that there have been no changes to is the digital monument sign. We're doing a digital monument sign for Las Palmas, similar to the first one we did at Memorial Branch. So Jessica was going to go ahead and present that if you're ready, Board Chair. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. Jessica Zarita, Interim Assistant Director, and I will be presenting Agenda Item 20, which is the monument design and placement for the Las Palmas Branch Library Bond Project. The photos in the slide show our current conditions. The current monument sign is very outdated. It is very hidden. We actually drew an arrow so that you could see it on this photo. And it is in desperate need of revamping. So as part of the bond project, we made a commitment to the community to have a larger monument sign that also has a digital display included. And so what we're looking at is a digital monument sign. This will be the second of its kind in the library system. The first was installed as part of the Memorial Branch Library Bond Project, and we've had some good success with that. And so we've learned from that experience, and so we're applying those lessons in the installation of this system. So this is a very much elevated monument sign. It's a 25-foot by 10 feet wide, so it is much larger than the current sign. It will be placed in the parking lot. Where our current sign is in a parking lot. However, because this sign is much larger than our existing sign, we will need to utilize 2 parking spaces to accommodate the sign. It will still be in the same location, and we'll show you that, the same general area facing the Castroville Road. So currently we have 84 parking spaces in the branch library. Because we are going to use 2 parking spaces for the sign, it'll decrease by 2. But we're working to make sure that we will continue to meet any codes and it will not impose any issues with the branch library. And just for your reference, the Memorial Branch Library sign is 15 feet. So this is considerably larger, taller, and wider than our Memorial Branch Library sign. Regarding the LED display within the sign, so that display is going to be 95 inches by 43. It will be set back from the road to provide, so that we can have a taller sign because of the power lines that are in that area. So that's what we're accounting for that as well. And just for reference, the Memorial LED display portion is 81 inches. So this is also a larger sign than our Memorial Branch Library sign. And this rendering illustrates where the sign would be. And if you recall from the current day, the sign is right on the sidewalk. And this rendering places it a little bit further, set back a little, because we do have existing power lines. We want to make sure that we were able to maximize the height while also keeping it in a relatively similar area right along the very busy Castroville Road. So this is our rendering of where it would be located. And at this point, we will begin the public hearing unless you do have questions regarding the signage.
Would there be any provisions for bollards since it's so far out into the traffic?
We have not considered that, but we will definitely work with the architect team to take a look at that.
because it is a very good point. Thank you.
Any other questions? Board members?
On the digital, what was that question?
The question was whether or not there would be bollards installed in front of the sign, and we will look into doing that.
What is it?
Protection, kind of like concrete barriers.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the digital sign, what kind of messages are you planning and how often will be changed out? And will be somebody in charge of that to make sure that something has happened and is keeping updated?
Sure. And we've learned a lot since implementing the Memorial Branch Library digital sign. So essentially the sign will be used to support the branch library, whether it's promoting library programs, other resources related to the library system. Our communications team works closely with the branch library to ensure that the messages are concise, because you only have so many characters, so much space, but you do want to communicate an effective message. So we do work closely together to make sure that the sign stays updated, and it also provides the information that is comprehensive, but also briefs, because you're going to be driving by it, and it's a sign that's going to be flashing. You know, it's going to rotate messages. So we will.
But they're going to control the message, though.
Yes, the library will control the message. It will be a collaboration between the branch staff and our communications team. They work closely together.
Okay, thank you. Next we'll move to the next portion of the agenda, which is the public hearing. As I mentioned before, citizens who have joined us in person will be invited to speak first, and then we will have comments, online submitted comments shared. So the first person is Jeremy Landine.
Hi, you all. I'm back. I really just want to thank you all for the presentation, for following back on all those items that community mentioned, that you all mentioned, the facilities committee. I also want to congratulate Kathy and Marianne on their first meeting and at the same time, so that's great. This meeting very much, and I'm sure Marianne's feeling the same thing, reminds me of my first meeting on the library board. It was the proposed renaming of Las Palmas with the changes to the naming of Las Palmas or to the room. I don't remember the exact item, but it was really, really clear and really, really apparent that community members, many of whom are here today again, you all know all of them by name by now, and that's so important, right? And the biggest thing that I focused on the library board was making sure that those comments that came forward from them were heard and listened to, and that our comments as trustees were to take those forward and really consider them. And it's almost without hesitancy that we tend to compare ourselves as a district on the west side to the rest of the libraries in the city of San Antonio. We think of Mission Library immediately, right, and how beautiful that branch is. And when I saw the comparison that was up there a second ago, it just made me really sad, because what was brought forward was this really beautiful and amazing design. And thank you to the architects for really putting that forward, because it shows what it could be. And I don't think there's any reason it shouldn't be, right? We know that there's been budget constraints. We know that there's only so much money to go around. But I've seen with many projects throughout the city, leadership find a way to make it happen. It's a space that we pass by every single day, going to the grocery store. Kids see that branch when they pass by and go to school. They visit there. They love that space. I can just picture Elsie standing up in her full costume for Halloween, right there at the front of the branch. And it would be so sad to see that this idea and this vision not fully come forward the way that it was originally planned. So I really want to ask you all to consider what it might look like. And I'm the last person to say hinder this project and make it wait any longer, right? Start on what can be started. I don't even know, if this is a manager at risk project, where, we don't have to worry then about the changes in the cost if we start something now and then add different pieces to it. Makes it a lot more projects to manage.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Linda Arrange.
Hello, I'm Linda Arond. I had great notes, and then I had my eyes dilated, and I can't read it. So we'll just wing this. Kathy and I have been working together since, 12? And we commented today that we've worked through a lot of disagreements, and we've worked through areas where it took a lot of talking before we agreed on what worked well. I am also vice president of Memorial, and some things we need to look at carefully now, because, for instance, at Memorial, it has 2 public bathrooms. 2! Most people in this room probably have 2 in their house. So that was a major mistake that won't be able to correct in the next 25 years. So we need to really think about it. Our member from District 5 was not present during a lot of the work that was done by the committee, and I hope that you give her time to evaluate and perhaps have a different point of view, because she's been at the building, she's been at the area. Many of you have not been at Las Palmas. For instance, when they talk about this billboard, whatever you call it, you don't realize that the billboard, the ground where it's going to be placed, is like 4 feet up. The street, we have a sidewalk in front, and then we have a street, but it's like this high up. So we really need to think about how that billboard is going to sit, because it's going to be very heavy. So that, I think, may be an issue. We don't know what kind of dirt we have. We don't know if it's soft and can hold that weight that far up. When it rains, the reason it's up so high is because when it rains, it drains down that street. But hopefully we can consider several other things that we have mentioned. We have been concerned about the changes in material. We have been concerned about the fact that, for instance, the meeting on the 12th, we expected the presentation to be what it is today, but we didn't see that. We saw a very generic, quick, we don't have a computer to show you stuff on. So this is the first time we're seeing this. And it's like, come and speak. But we didn't know what we were going to see. So you are our guides, and you are the people who can help us make a good decision.
Thank you, Ms. Orange. Next, we have Delia Trimble.
Hello, I'm Delia Ramirez Trimble, and I've been the president of the Las Palmas Friends Group for 10 years. So I kind of feel like Las Palmas is also my baby. And really looking forward to the renovation. I'm sorry, I've got allergies problems. I did want to mention one thing, since we had the monument sign presentation, question for the architect, for Evelyn. I know she's talking about the width of the sidewalk on Castroville Road, but my question is about the leveling of the land between the Las Palmas Library building and the YWCA, because that's supposed to be very important in providing possibility of walking along that whole campus concept, trails, walking trails, encouraging people to get out and just walk between those different buildings. The Las Palmas Library building, which is also Metro Health, the YWCA, and then the Las Palmas Park at the end of the block. It's a great way to encourage people to get out and move. I was glad to hear that there's consideration being given to not closing the door on some of the features that are being discontinued. I am interested in the process, though. Will the board, if they decide there are some funds for the solar shades, will the board's approval today include some flexibility? Suppose additional funds are located, does the process of facilities committee approval, then board trustees approval, and then going back to the city to approve the award of contracts come back into play? Or is there an understanding that while cuts may be made now, there is the option of reinstating the feature if funds are then available? I guess I just want to know, are we going to start that process all over again if we just find some more money? Excuse me. The other thing was that the solar shades, I don't consider them definitely not a luxury item. They are definitely an essential item. This feature really needs to be a concern for the comfort and well-being of the community. The library's been closed a whole year as of this month. It seems project experts could come up with a better solution than removing what appears to be an essential, not a luxury feature. If the solar shades are not included now, is it going to cost more to install them rather than having them done now? That we hear that all the time. You come back and it's going to cost you more. So has any consideration been given to that? The other thing is, about a month ago, I drove by the library. Several windows were boarded up. I assume the windows were broken. With an all-glass plaza enclosure, what safety factors are being implemented in regards to the glass being installed?
Thank you, Ms. Trimble.
Okay, one last thing. I tried to list an online
I'm
comment.
sorry, Ms. Trimble, you have a 3-minute time limit.
Okay.
I apologize.
I'm just saying, change your form. You don't accept comments.
Next is,
Who's
next?
Who's next? Who's next?
Emma.
Emma.
Can't read the last name, sorry.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you. Emma is indicating that she'd like to give her time to Velma Pena?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Ms. Pena, since you have been granted time, you'll have 6 minutes to speak.
Thank you, and I'd like to congratulate Ms. Hernandez for being our new board trustee and our new interim. Kathleen, you don't sorry. Congratulations. I have so many notes, so many things to say. That's why I needed the 6 minutes. Because we had a meeting in February 12th, and you know, there was more questions that arose from that meeting. We're seeing this presentation for the first time. As far as, you know, the way we did get a presentation where the updated version and all that, but I'm just going to go back to the proposed design changes. That the February meeting, you know, they talked about in the landscaping, they said landscaping irrigation reduced at plaza area. Now today it says elimination. Okay, so when you look at the renderings, you see the before, you see the updated version. I mean the version that was first proposed. Then you see the second one. It is sad that we have to always come, you know, to these meetings and ask for you all to do what we had agreed to do in the first place. And you know, money's always an object for every project in the city of San Antonio. But they find money. If you can find money for the north side, you can find money for the west side. And I'm going to leave this job to you all because you are the ones that represent the whole city. So I'm asking for you to take into consideration some of these things that you have, you know, the director is asking for you to move on with this project and not delay it any longer. Well, we sacrificed when they were going to close 2 libraries down. Our community sacrificed, and we said, you know what, do Memorial first. and that way Las Palmas stays open for the community, because that's all we have for our students, for the people in our neighborhood, in our community. So that happened. Of course, COVID happened and it delayed everything. Everything just, cost and everything went up. So now, if you delay it 1 month, what is that going to matter? I'm asking because we want clarification. There's things that we need clarification on, a better understanding of how this is going to work. And so the thing is, I'm asking for because we want more clarification, a better understanding. Because you mentioned that, yes, we could find some money. We could. That's not something that we're guaranteed, right? So the thing is that, we want to be able to see where we can compromise. Because you're asking a lot from us, to be able to agree. So I just ask, being that she's new, and it's not her fault, our trustee's fault, because we've had a very good trustee before her, previous to the one that just stepped down, where we had a lot of communication to no communication at all. And so we just met her, and we're hoping that we can work with her in the future from now on, And so the thing is, I'm asking for the delay for at least just 1 month, so that we can at least have a clarification, a better understanding, and the money, how are we going to get this done? It's moving fast. You want to move it quickly because you want to be able to, you're saying that, because of the cost, and you want to move it quickly. No, you need to, listen to the community. Because we've been there since 2017 working with these projects. So I just want you to take that into consideration, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jesucita Rios.
Good evening. My name's Jesucita Rios. I'm a lifelong resident from the Las Palmas area. I used Las Palmas when I was a student. My children have used it. My grandchildren have used it. And I, as an educator, sent my students to use it. So it's provided a lifelong service for me. When we came across that it was going to be new and improved, well, not new and improved, but at least remodeled, we had high expectations. They showed us the green area, they showed us the plans, and we were excited about it. We come back and there has been a lack of details and transparency, and we feel that we didn't get our answers. I thank you today for the presentation because it did clear up a lot of areas. One thing that I still am leery of is that when you are starting to substitute beams or any kind of building material, because our west side has a history of having shoddy building material and things that aren't up to standards, and then we have to go back and redo it, I am asking that we really pay attention to what we're doing this time around, because it is a waste of our money and time. Taxpayers pay for this. And we are owed a quality and equitable building where our students, where ourselves, where our senior citizens can go, have activities, and be able to enjoy that. The solar panels, the solar shading system. One of the things is if you're gonna put a glass enclosure with the summer heat in Texas, it's going to get hot. You are also eliminating the landscaping, the greenery, the aesthetic views. That needs to be really thought of, because that is an area that is not only appealing, but it also would bring down the temperatures. Another thing to consider is the storage. One of the things that was discussed on the March meeting in 2023 was that the storage would be there so that it would not be unsightly for others, like chairs they had them put out there, and they would be able to do it. Please consider maybe a portable that can be done outside in the back area where nobody sees, but they can spruce it up and they can make it part of the system. Those are areas we really need. We need the appealing, what we were planned and promised, at least some of it, because we do deserve equitable facilities that are comparable to the others in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rios. And next is Alexandra Gonzalez.
She was gonna give me her minutes. I was gonna yield the time to Ms. Rios, but she.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Gonzalez does not want to speak. And that,
Do you want to give it to Delia?
Would you give me your minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, I want to, I guess, I've got a cough drop, thank you. The parking spaces that are going to be given up, I don't know if any of you have been there during voting time, but every space is used, okay? And there are other events that are planned there. Metro Health is also part of that building, and Metro Health has events and all spaces get used. I would want everyone to consider the possibility of, if as you're facing the building, the left side of that building, consider putting some parking spaces on that side also. Again, something to consider. The storage, the portable storage shed, I guess, or little facility that was recommended in the back, in the patio area. I know that someone said aesthetically it might not be appropriate, but some wonderful things can be done with those little buildings, and it can be spruced up and decorated by the library people themselves, or by the children, or whoever, by the community. It seems to me an easy answer. If you don't have enough storage room, bring in a portable. That's what they do in schools, that's what they do everywhere. Bring in a portable, and you can take care of that overflow. So I'm just saying, let's think creatively for the community. Let's make sure that the people have access to all that they need. As I said, I've been with the community for over 10 years now, and I love it. I grew up there, went to school there at Our Lady of the Lake, right around the corner. So yeah, it's a great community to live in. People deserve the best, and we need to give them the best. We need to give everyone the best in this whole city, obviously. But the West Side deserves a lot more than they've gotten so far. Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Trumbull. Next, we are going to listen to comments that were submitted online.
Comment number 1, Sandra Morales. My name is Sandra Morales, and I am the Executive Director at House of Neighborly Service, a nonprofit organization serving the west side of San Antonio for over 100 years. I am also a proud Kennedy High School graduate and very proud Our Lady of the Lake alum. My concerns are those of a citizen and leader of my community. Libraries play a crucial role in impoverished communities by providing access to resources, technology, education, and opportunities that might otherwise be out of reach. Many households in these communities often face significant challenges in accessing technology resources due to various socioeconomic factors such as limited financial resources, lack of infrastructure, and digital literacy gaps. However, providing technology resources to underserved communities is essential for bridging the digital divide and promoting equity and inclusion. Offering free access to technology empowers community members to develop digital literacy skills needed in our society today. For students looking to further their education or to develop a skill set, need access to online resources to apply to colleges/universities, trade schools, search for scholarships, etc. Providing the best state-of-the-art libraries is essential, especially for a community that lacks resources. I was fortunate to have a mother who was well educated and knew what my sisters and I needed to learn and succeed in school, but most importantly, what we needed to succeed in life. There are many students in our community who lack that, for one reason or another. and rely heavily on the library system to receive that support. Libraries serve as essential hubs for learning, but they can also empower and enrich a community that has faced a long history of inequities. The Las Palmas Branch Library is the only library that many students in the Edgewood ISD have, and it should be no different than libraries situated in wealthier neighborhoods and districts. Comment 2, Manuela Gonzalez. Police presence has been proven to dissuade those most vulnerable from attending public spaces such as the library. Police presence in safe public spaces has been proved to have negative effects on public health and points to a decrease in community engagement. SAPD has been consistently embroiled in ongoing violence in San Antonio. Until those prior incidents are not addressed and processes are not in place for accountability and protection of the community, I do not feel that police presence in our public libraries is for public safety. Keep police out of our libraries.
There's one more.
Nah, it's just a pickle. Comment 3, Yvonne Correa. I'm an EISD alumni who graduated from Kennedy High School. As a student, my family and I relied heavily on the public library for research resources, as well as everyday reading material. We also visited the library for children and family activities, which is why my love for reading grew throughout my childhood. I would love to see updates made to Las Palmas Library because the community deserves it. I am a middle school principal in a Title I community, and I see firsthand how many of our families need somewhere to go for access to the internet, books, and somewhere to go to keep children engaged in learning. Families today need access to technology to continue to keep up with the world around us, and they also need opportunities where they can learn how to stay engaged in their children's education. I'm sure there are a lot of parents in the neighborhood who need an additional place to go after school hours and on the weekends for resources to help their children with homework, projects, and studying for assessments. So having an updated public library close by is extremely beneficial. We cannot let down our children, especially if they are struggling to be successful in school. We are in a post-COVID society where we are trying to close academic and social emotional learning gaps. Public libraries are one way we can do this, so please don't hesitate to put money towards Las Palmas library renovations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There, that was the last of the public comments. Okay, thank you. So next we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is to review and consider approval of the proposed design changes for the Las Palmas Branch Library Bond Project. We've heard the presentation that Kathy and her team have provided, including the architect. I want to first open and see if any trustees have any additional questions.
Do we not have to have a motion before discussion and questions? I'm sorry.
Yes. That's right, thank you. Thanks for that, Beth. So I'll approve, I'll entertain a motion for the review and consider the approval of the proposed design changes.
I so move.
Okay, thank you, Beth.
I'll
First
second.
from Beth.
I'll second.
Thank you, and a second from Paul. And thank you for reminding me that we needed that prior to entering into discussion.
Where do we start?
No.
I guess I was going to be brief, but sounds like the community maybe hasn't had enough time to digest some of these value engineering proposals. I don't know if that's my interpretation. So it may not be fair to have you represented from District 5 be this is your baptism by fire meeting, but that's life, right? So I think on much of this I would defer in some ways to your thoughts, but any project, the more community input on a project, the better, always, in my opinion. But I also want to say, I mean, I know that it's tough to value engineer a project like this. And I like some of the things I heard that, you know, for some of the features that are proposed for later, to have provisions done now to allow those to possibly be added in the future. But one of the thoughts, the first thought I had was certainly when I saw the exclusion of the shading, the solar shading. I was wondering if there was fabric options for that. Although I would assume that a lot of options have been looked at, but I don't know, so I'll just throw that out there. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, so I heard a question in there about the solar shading. Do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, is there?
Kathy or a member of your team?
Has fabric for solar shading been considered to potentially keep that feature, which we all agree is important?
Fabric was originally considered, but prior to the addition, it was going to be a shaded plaza, an open plaza. It has not been considered for the addition project. We just thought maybe something more durable and more long-term and would be a better solution. But we could look at the fabric options. The manufacturers of these aluminum systems normally have aluminum shading complementary systems, but we can inquire about a fabric option or how a fabric option could work with the storefront system.
Excuse me, while you're there, I have a sort of related question. Have we looked at the possibility that we may be making a short-term savings for a long-term loss in what we may have to pay for air conditioning in the future without the solar system? I know you mentioned that gas has been included in the double pane windows, but I'm just really worried that down the road we're going to be paying through the nose for air conditioning when we could have maybe alleviated some of that with the solar system.
I can't quantify that for you. That would be going into like energy modeling and taking other aspects into account, like the air conditioning system and with solar shade, without solar shade, and doing some comparisons. But I do know that the glass that was selected is a very good performing glass. I spoke with the glass representative and I said, you know, where we're at right now with the visibility and the gas added to it and the tinting, you know, she thought it was also at a good optimized place and comfortable. She said, I think it's a good allowing light in but not heat. And so in the glass department, I don't think you want to go darker to get more energy efficiency. I think where it's at, again, is optimized, because then there's trade-offs of it's getting too dark, and I know that's a concern you all have. It is the south side, so it is getting full blast light, but the glass has some characters to it that kind of push back, and it's to energy code, so it's performing to code and the required amount that's needed by these stringent codes.
Why was the firewall issue not caught like way at the beginning?
Well, when the bond was approved in May and we were engaged a couple of months later, one of the first things we did was a code review. Like, hey, we're going to add on to the existing building, and you know, what does that mean? And so at that time, it was determined just in that initial code summary that the building would need to be sprinklered, or it would need to have some sort of other protection like this firewall. And so the first option was to sprinkle it, ideally to keep the light and to go that route. But what it would take, there's no water supply to the building right now for a dedicated fire line. And so it was thought that, okay, maybe those funds could go towards the building and some of the programming, or however, I don't know how the accounting, but it was very, very costly versus the firewall approach to separate it, which was required.
Andrea, based on facilities committee, was there any other questions that have?
So they answered a lot of the questions. I mean, we talked for about 45 minutes in the facilities committee, close to an hour just on this topic. But one of the things that we did talk about, and I think Kathy might be able to, because we were talking about the wooden paneling now going to the steel beams. One of the questions brought up in facilities was, does anybody have something similar? And I think you had showed us the library that had similar panelings.
I think I'll ask Mark to come up and talk about any other libraries that currently have that sort of metal decking.
Yeah, we do have metal decking in the children's area at Brook Hollow. If you look up at the ceiling, you can see the metal. You might even be able to see, I believe out here we have metal, exposed metal out there. So it's not an unusual thing. We've done that in the past. Usually, like at Brook Hollow, we painted it to kind of blend in so you don't really notice it. You look up, you see HVAC equipment, you see the roof. It's just all nice, and it's a color green, so it looks good in the building. So, and here they're using they're going to use the shade pieces up there to help with the noise reduction in the room. So that'll help reduce some of that visual impact.
And then I know in the past we have talked about glass safety and what that was going to look like with that full enclosure. I don't remember what those discussions were about how durable the glass was going to be, so maybe we can reiterate that. Because I know that was past facilities and board, but I think that still needs some clarification.
Okay. Pam or Evelyn, perhaps, in terms of that discussion that originally was had about the glass for the plaza and the safety and the film on the glass, for example.
Will resistant? Yes. Anti-intrusion glass.
Oh,
so it wouldn't shatter. But that's in.
That's, yes. The protective film is in that anti-intrusion to give an extra line of defense. It's kind of a thickly laminated film. It is still in the system.
Does that answer the question, Andrea?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's similar to what the schools use.
So it's like something put onto the front of the glass? It's a film that's added afterwards?
It is a film that's added.
Yes, and so that is not a change from the original.
Right.
Is that also an anti-tagging?
It might have some graffiti properties to it. Let's see. I was just looking at the cut sheet. I can double check on that.
Thank you.
I had a question about the landscaping. So the landscaping, and is it the landscaping or is it the irrigation or is it both? Is it the irrigation was very expensive to maintain the types of plants that were suggested, or was there like xeriscaping type of, suggestions?
And maybe you can pull up the image again.
Okay.
While you answer.
Sure. Would you mind pulling up the image of the original landscaping, Jessica? Oh, Edward. So, and I do want to acknowledge that on February 12th, when we presented the changes, originally we had received information that we would just have to reduce
the landscaping, but then later we did learn that we would need to really eliminate the landscaping. So to answer the question, the value engineering is regarding the cost of the irrigation and the landscaping. What we found over time is when we do plantings, even though we say it's xeriscaped, we need irrigation. It just doesn't hold up to the extreme weather we've been having. So it really is a package of both the irrigation, which we found to be very necessary, because otherwise what happens is we have areas that we just can't maintain. We're constantly having to replace plants, and it just doesn't look like we want it to look over time. So it is the whole package, plus that decorative lighting element.
Can you go to the next slide? So in this view, it's essentially grass and rocks. Is that right, just to summarize? And the grass has existing irrigation, or?
I'm not sure.
It's not current.
There's no irrigation? Okay. So how will that grass stay?
The way it does now, it's maintained by regular, whatever rain the Lord decides to give it, according to that's just the way.
Okay. Other questions?
I know they brought up the signage as far as like the safety of it. I imagine you guys are gonna go through the process of getting them, it's structurally engineered and safety. And I just wanna make sure the community understands that it's not gonna just be put up, that it's.
Yeah. And it would have a proper foundation.
Right,
So that
and the
the
soils
soil.
will be tested and everything for that. Okay.
And then one of the things that I know it's still confusing for me too sometimes as a board member, the process of when we do have additional funds, it becomes available, correct me if I'm wrong, it goes facilities then approves, and if it approves, it goes to the board, and then from the board, then it's approved, it goes on to the funding. It does not go to council, correct?
I can answer that. So I think it depends on where the money is coming from. So for example, if a council person were to find funds within their district, like money that's allocated for their district, then it could start with the council person. Same thing for like the mayor, if the mayor were to find something, the city manager. So it really depends where the funds are coming from. There is a possibility too, we have like the foundation, who also goes out and looks for funds for us. And so depending on where the origination of the money is, that would guide the process going forward.
Isn't there also a dollar limit on, or a dollar amount
Well, that's
above which it can't go without going to council? Like the director or whoever can approve under a certain limit, and then above that it has to go to council, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so another element is because this is a bond project, to bring money into the bond project. Let's say the foundation raised more money for the project, which I know they're still very much trying to do, and we appreciate that. Then to get the money into the bond project, it does go to council for an ordinance.
Do we have an idea of how much money, I mean, we never really did talk about how much it would take to keep it the way it was? Or how much would it take if we just left landscaping? You know, those numbers, can you do that?
Essentially like describing the shortfall for each item.
Well, yes, because that would help in fundraising and getting monies.
I know Evelyn was most involved with the cost discussions with the contractors, so perhaps she could address that.
Yeah, just to qualify a little bit, the contractor is focused on pricing what we are going to build. So excuse me? Oh, how about now? Now? Can you hear me? Okay. I must be deaf. The contractor is focused on pricing what we are going to build, and they've been working on pricing for that. I did look at, or I can look, and I did look at some early budgeting amounts from design development on pricing for some of those items. So I could do that for the items that aren't included in the project. Did you have, I'm sorry, what was it? Did we discuss something in
The things that
particular?
they're taking away, we need to know how much all those things are costing that took us over budget. And maybe if we do find monies, we can, the community can pick, this is what we want with that money or whatever. I think that would go a long way.
Okay, I could come up with some budget figures, very kind of rough.
Rough is good.
Because I really can't put that on the construction contractor because they're paid to price and build what is going to be constructed. So doing what we're not going to build is not really their responsibility. But I could come up with some budget figures, and I have looked, back at the cost of certain things or research in other projects how much it costs. So I can come up with something on my own that we could look at. Is there anything in
Because you should
particular?
have some figures too, Kathy, because someone decided to take those items out.
Right, so we, several months ago, when the costs were coming in from the contractor, and we were beginning to understand fully that this was not within budget anymore, the Public Works Department, it was when Ramiro was still here, we sat down and talked about options to bring it within budget. And there were some numbers assigned with those elements at that time. So for example, the wood ceiling, there was kind of a budget estimate assigned to it. So yes, we can refresh that. And for example, originally we thought we would be able to get some of the landscape. So when we did the February 12th meeting, that was the wording. I just want to acknowledge that again. Then when we had further discussions with Public Works, it was indicated we needed to really remove all of it. But my point is, we can definitely try to do some rough estimates. And then if the board wants to do this, you could certainly include that direction to staff in your motion. And then certainly, if we can bring resources to the table for the project, we would take action to try to add some of those items back in.
So you had a slide with all of the funding available. Can you bring that up?
Yeah, so this is saying that there's 1.7 for the bond, and then there was an addition of 160 plus 58, and then an additional 2.5. And then the last two items were additions as well. So is the total of the, what is the bottom number, the very bottom number?
Excuse me. So when we learned that we were out of we weren't in budget alignment anymore, that's when we undertook the two things. We had discussions with city leadership to try to bring more resources to the table, and that's when that allocation of 1.25 million was added. And then that still didn't do the trick, so that's when the value engineering discussion began.
So is the total of the bond project now 5.8 of both the bond projects and all of the additional fundraising, is it
Yes.
5.8?
Yeah, so it's.
And what's the total cost of the original design?
That's what I think Evelyn's saying. She'd have to put some numbers to that. Yeah. So in other words, now in total, we have $5.8 million. And so I understand the question is, what would it take to add back in those items?
Yeah, or just what was the difference?
What's the delta? Yes.
Kathy, I do want to let everybody know that you did practically double the budget for 2022 bonds. So it's not as if SAPL didn't work to increase the budget. It's significantly increased, and they worked very hard at that. And they did accomplish a great deal in adding that much money to the project. They added a lot of money. So I think they've been very successful.
Yeah, thank you for that. I agree, the 1.25 plus the 106,000 and the 70,000 are significant investments into the project. So, any other questions from trustees or other discussion?
Do you think SAW would work with us? Because I know that for homeowners, they do the zero-skate X amount. Do you think there's a way that we could explore a partnership to at least bring maybe some type of greenery to the front, or even, I don't know if this would be a solution, and I don't even know if the people of Las Palmas would want this, but I think about, you know, the large potted plants that could be easily hand watered. Sorry, staff or friends groups, or they can get the kids to do it. The kids love watering things. But just to add that element of pop to the front that I think was so enticing in the beginning, until maybe we do find the funding or something like that.
I think the people of Las Palmas were fine until we had to cut back. And now that we have to cut back, we will find solutions, I think, like your solution just now. And I think the community, I mean, I think all of us would want to find solutions to get this hopefully as close as it was before.
And we hadn't mentioned this yet in this discussion, but I think it is helpful. So in addition to the project that we've been talking about tonight, there's one other element that's already budgeted, and that's public art. So there's an allocation of $300,000 in public art funding. That's on a separate track from the bond project, but it's already secured funding. So the areas that the staff team has been discussing at this point with the Department of Arts and Culture is that front area. So that would be an added potential element to the front of the building. So again, that's something we bring to Facilities Committee in the future, and Mary Ann would be a part of the process for the selection of the artist and all of that. But that is something that is secured and will be part of the project in that area. The staff's probably going to recommend that area.
Could we have art-inspired solar shades?
That's a good idea.
Mark and I often try to make art building systems.
Okay, last question, restrooms, how many, I don't remember how many restrooms there are now. There's 2? Does anyone know how many?
I went there, there's one with 6 toilets. One
Yes,
big one.
there's a men's restroom and a women's restroom, but in terms of the number of stalls, I'll have to turn to Pam.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Pop quiz, I wasn't ready for that one. It's at least half a dozen. I know the men's is getting an additional urinal, but it's what was there. We're not taking away, and it meets the plumbing code.
Okay, I just I'm trying to see the priorities of things that are being cut and what the community really wants, what it really needs, because I think as a board, we need to make sure we prioritize that if we approve this, to make sure that we find out those monies to give them, you know, and the great thing is they are making provisions so that the solar shades could potentially be put in. Irrigation, is that going to be hard to be installed? You know, once we find those those funding for that, is that going to be like breaking the concrete or anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly maybe Mark could give us a little bit of an insight into it. Some of those elements are going to be a little bit harder to add in than others, but the irrigation and the landscaping, I don't think is one of the harder items. Probably the inclusive restroom is maybe the hardest one to add back in.
Comments, questions? Okay, we have a look back in my notes. We have a motion, and a first and a second, and if there's no other discussion, I'll ask McCreless to do a roll call vote.
Carla Gurdiolo,
Yes.
Joanne Harris,
Yes.
Josie Martinez,
Yes.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz,
Yes.
Mary Ann Valdez Hernandez,
No.
Fernanda Cardenas is absent. Paul Stahl,
No.
Marcy Ince,
Yes.
Beth Graham,
No.
Judy Cruz,
Yes, but making those things priorities.
Jaspreet Kaur.
No.
Motion does not pass.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have review and consider approval of the proposed design and placement of the new monument sign at Las Palmas branch. We've talked a lot about the Las Palmas branch, so just very quickly, if Edward, if you can put it on the proposed sign, the digital sign, just so everyone knows what we're voting on. And then I will ask for a motion to consider the approval of the proposed design and placement of the new monument sign at Las Palmas Branch Library as part of the 2022 bond project.
I move that we approve the.
Okay.
Add the numbers.
My apologies. There are 6 yes votes for motion related to agenda item number 2, and we can reaffirm that just to clarify. Yes vote for Carla. Yes vote for Joanne Harris. Yes vote for Josie Martinez. Yes vote for Andrea Sanchez Muniz. No vote for Mary Ann Valdez Hernandez. Fernanda Cardenas is absent. Paul Stahl is a no vote. Marcy Ince is a yes vote. Beth Graham is a no vote. Judy Cruz is a yes vote. And Jaspreet Kaur is a no vote. That is 6 trustees, which is a quorum to pass the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Next, I'll again ask for a motion to consider the approval of the proposed design and placement of the new monument sign at Las Palmas Branch Library as part of the 2022 bond project. And I think, Beth, you made a motion?
I was starting. I move that we approve the design and placement of the digital monument sign at Las Palmas Branch Library.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Beth and a second by Joanne. Any discussion?
I would just like to say that anything else we do is going to be an improvement over what's there now. Las Palmas deserves it.
Really? Now you say it deserves it?
Hey, I voted no.
Judy.
Yes, you did. No, you're right, but everybody else that didn't.
Judy, you had made a comment about the structural engineering of the placement of the sign, so I just want to make sure that that's entered into the record as being part of this motion.
Right. I just want to make sure that their concerns are answered because it will be up to code and safe. And was there another? Oh, they said it was going to be on some type of platform. Is that correct?
Yes, it's going to be designed to code and structurally engineered, yes, but we understand we need to include that. Yeah, so is that an amendment to the motion?
I do just want to make a comment. The city
Why
does.
don't you come up to the podium? Is that okay? Just
And Evelyn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the city will have to run this sign through the permitting process of the city. They'll be
Okay.
reviewing all the engineering
Right.
drawings and they'll have everything. So they'll be following the process of it. So.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
And the design team has had a geotechnical study, so we have a geotechnical report,
Yeah.
and a structural engineer is on the design team. But yes, it does have to be approved by DSD. But all of that is taken into account already.
Good to
Okay.
know.
Thank you for that clarification. I had a concern about the reduction in parking spaces associated with the sign itself, and I heard a comment that there was, during voting times, the parking lot is full. Have we done, is there parking on the street? Is parking allowed on the street? I don't think it is, but I've never been there during voting
No,
times,
it's a
so I don't
street,
know.
it's a big street, you
Yeah,
can't do it.
you can't park there.
Is there opportunity for overflow parking?
Someone
I don't know
close
where.
by.
I mean, maybe at the Y next door, I don't know if they allow it.
To the site plan. I'll just do it. It's okay.
I got it. I got it, Edward. So, absolutely, the Las Palmas Branch Library is a very popular voting location. There are a lot of activity that takes place at Las Palmas as a voting site. Castroville Road is a very busy intersection, and so that there's not availability for off-site parking on that street. But we could look at other possibilities of partnering with adjacent areas because the sidewalk will have an improvement, so that'll be a way for somebody to park at an adjacent area and then walk using the new constructed sidewalk to the Las Palmas Library if necessary.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I had a quick question. What's going in that space above the 515 and below the San Antonio Public Library? I missed that. I'm sorry.
So we have a partner at that location, Metro Health and the Benavides Center. And so we were trying to be good neighbors. And so we went ahead, because it was very limited cost, included that in case they wanted a future site at their cost. Sorry, Metro Health.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll ask Nicholas to take us on a roll call vote.
Carla Curdiolo, Joanne Harris,
Yes.
Josie Martinez,
Yes.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz,
Yes.
Mary Ann Valdez Hernandez,
Yes.
Fernanda Cardenas is absent, Paul Stahl,
Yes.
Marcy Enns,
Yes.
Beth Graham,
Aye.
Judy Cruz,
Yes.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and next, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is only item number 3.
Let's eat now.
So as many of you know, today's meeting has been live streamed via YouTube. And I'll just say that, first of all, I want to welcome Mary Ann as part of representing District 5. It's like someone else said, it's like trial by fire. You know, you have to, she probably had more meetings before this meeting, more board meetings before this meeting, you know, than any other trustee. But I appreciate you being, you know, leaning in and joining the whole crew up here.
I just want to have one comment. Thank you for that. And also, I already love the board.
Oh, awesome. Okay, wonderful.
It's been, I mean, everybody joined to be part of this because I'm new, and but you also felt what you were saying, so thank you.
Okay. Since our last meeting, I attended and gave remarks at Ramiro's retirement event on March 1st, 2024 at the Latino Collection Resource Center at the Central Library. And thank you for all of you that attended and all of you that helped put things together for that as well. That was a great celebration. I also have been working with our Assistant City Manager, David McCary, who's here tonight, along with our previous library director, Ramiro Salazar, as well as our current interim library director, Kathy, to meet with Bear County representatives regarding the interlocal agreement with Bear County for library services. And that meeting took place on March 1st. So next I'll turn it over to trustees if there's anything that they would like to share regarding library-related activities. And I'm going to start to my far right with Carla.
I also attended Ramiro's event. It was so beautiful. Everybody's speaking was nice. I got a little teary-eyed when I gave him his farewell hug, but you know, it was really great. I was fortunate enough to work for him, so it's such a pleasure to work for him and to work beside him for the little bit of time that he was with me on the board. I also had an opportunity to visit the library. I renewed my library card there, so that was really exciting with my new last name, so it's not Vasquez anymore. And then I also stopped by San Pedro Branch Library to pick up some information so that I could take my son back to their programming events.
Okay, thank you. Josie? On March 13th, I attended the Facilities Committee meeting. March 21st, the Friends of the Mission Library meeting. And I've been in communication with Dale on some possible activity for our naming committee, so I'm looking forward to more on that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
A good teaser.
Yeah.
Andrea?
I also attended Ramiro's farewell celebration, and yes, it was beautiful, and your speech was amazing, and it almost made me cry, but didn't. And then I fangirled because Carmen Tafoya was sitting in front of me, and I was, oh my God, she's going to be at the book festival. I didn't make it to early voting, but I did make it the last hour of actual voting at Cortez. And you would have thought that there was some kind of book signing there because the parking lot was completely full. People were filtering in to vote and then filtering back in to go to the library. So it was really exciting to see. I'm super excited because book festival's coming up, and I'm trying to talk my book club into going to see one of the authors. And I'm also really excited when I saw on the agenda that we were going to talk about the digital library, because I have realized I am very much a digital person. And if it wasn't for this, I don't think I would have gotten through all the books that I have in my book club, thanks to the digital library. So.
What did you ask? I'm sorry.
Any library-related events that you
Oh, yes, okay, since I'm new, I visited all my libraries, okay? I even have a photo of Las Palmas toilet. If anybody wants to know how many stalls, I have a photo, okay? And I also went to Ramiro's retirement and I wasn't even involved yet, but I just wanted to go. And that's it, that's all.
Marcy? Yes, okay, so I went to Ramiro's retirement farewell also. It was lovely. And I just love the speeches, and he's going to be very missed. I went to the staff appreciation friends meeting at the Brook Hollow Library, from the Brook Hollow Library, and we had it at Casa Sol, and Kathy was there, because it was so exciting for everyone to meet her, and I just thought that was great. She was there, and I always am so proud of Councilman Courage, because he really supports the libraries, and he was there, and so there were 32 of us all together, and they always have a good friends group and turnout, so it was enjoyed that thoroughly. And then I went to I went yesterday to the Department Library to check out some things and to drop off some NEOSA tickets for those people. I went to the Encino Fossil meeting. John was there, and it's always an engaging group. I just always enjoy going to that, listening. I always do. I don't know why, but I really enjoy that particular. I also voted at Brook Hollow. I went to Brook Hollow. Let's see, I can't remember what I'm writing, but anyway, I went to Brook Hollow to drop off some things there, for them. And so it's been a pretty active month. It's been a pretty active month. And I'm looking forward to the book festival also, one of my very favorite things.
I also went to Romero's retirement party, which was just outstanding. And it was just very meaningful and very nice, very nice. I attended the Friends of the Carver meeting, and on March the 27th, they had an internal celebration of the 7th anniversary of the Schaefer Library, and the Friends distributed cookies and things like that. And on April the 6th at noon, they're having at the Carver Library, they're having a cultural historian, Tony Browden. He's a lecturer, and he does a lot of stuff with Egypt and all of that type of thing. And he's going to have a lecture and a screening and on his documentary. And it's on global assignment, and so we're really excited about that. But the Friends of the Carver are going to be sponsoring that.
So I joined, well, we had our first executive search committee meeting, so that was exciting, just to get an intro. I also went to the Eclipse, get ready for the Eclipse event at Harmon, which was standing room. It was there was a crowd. People are so excited. I wanted to make sure I got her name right, Dr. Angela Speck. She is the UTSA Department of Physics and Astronomy and co-chair of the Eclipse Task Force. Had no idea there was an Eclipse Task Force. She knows so much about this. I took my little 10-year-old scientist, and I mean, she told us what to do, what not to do, where to go, where not to go. It was so informative and super exciting. I'm so glad that the library is able to provide these types of events throughout the community to get the community ready, because it's going to be a huge event. And so that was very exciting, and also gave out classes to the community, so that was my exciting event for this besides the other meetings that were also exciting.
I'll be brief, but yeah, the staff, y'all did a fantastic job of helping to honor Romero with that party. I just really want to thank them. It was great food as usual, and just everything was laid out nicely. It was a fitting tribute to Romero. I wore my new library shirt to the Cesar Chavez March and got a lot of great comments. A lot of people said, "You're here marching, but you're saying you'd rather be reading a book." I said, "No. Anytime's a good time to read a book." But, no, so it was nice to support that.
I was also at the recognition ceremony for Ramiro, and I agree that he has had a huge impact on the San Antonio Public Library. And I also agree that the staff did a fantastic job putting the whole event together. I also participated in the budget, facilities, and ad hoc committee for director search meetings, and that kind of took up my last month.
Okay, thank you all. I neglected to mention that I attended Councilman Flyas's commissioners and trustees meet and greet. And he also is such a great supporter of the library. He's just really fantastic. But that was great to see meet other people who are active in the community. And then Paul and I got together to celebrate Marcy's induction into the San Antonio Women's Hall of Fame as a volunteer of the year. And I'm so sorry, Marcy, I just welcomed Mary Ann and passed the mic on, so I should have mentioned that. That was very, very meaningful, emotional, and it was just we were so proud to see you there. That was wonderful. I am going to
propose that we make a quick agenda switch before we hear the report from our interim library director, because the time is passing quickly. I want to move up item number 15 and 16. So first I'll ask for John Costello to do a report from the Friends of the San Antonio Public Library.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman, and welcome, trustees. I'll keep this short. We had a meeting last Sunday, and thank you, Marcy, for being there. And we were also very excited to have Kathy and Haley there for the board and directors to meet them in their new capacities. It was, as Marcy said, it was a very active meeting. We got a lot accomplished, and it was wonderful because we've got great participation this year in all of our different committees. And one of the ones we're very excited about is our 60th anniversary, because next month the Friends officially turns 60, but we'll be celebrating it in October during Library Week. So we're starting to work on that. And we also are excited to be part of the book festival, because that's a great place for us to really get the word out about the Friends. And we are always very successful in getting new members. And someone today handed me a membership envelope, so if you haven't, you can always hand that to me. I'm always happy to take memberships. So that is everything going on with the Friends. If there are any questions? All right. Thank you all.
We're gonna come visit you at that Friends tent, for
I
sure.
expect to see my friends at the Friends tent.
Awesome. Amy?
Okay.
Okay, we will also be at Book Fest with our literacy caravan. So if any of you have not seen the caravan, we're in the children's area. Please come and take a tour. It's a ton of fun, and we really like to show that off to people, since that's one of our two internal programs. I do want to apologize because obviously today y'all were talking about Las Palmas. We do still have the gift request into HEB for $250,000 in extra money. My last communication with them was last Friday, which I got. We're so close to making a decision. So I really said, I really need that by Wednesday. And, if they want to give us $250,000, I guess I won't push them too much. But I did really try to get that answer before today, because that would have, I think, been helpful with your deliberations. But I will text Kathy the second that I hear from them, I promise. So I have a big announcement today. We have been looking at our fundraising events for about the last 2 years, and looking at the history. So the announcement that I have today is that we are going to start doing Katrina Ball every other year. And we are going to add in a higher impact fundraiser. So Katrina Ball, while everyone loves it, and I know everybody's going to be disappointed that we're just going to every other year, it is so expensive to put on, and it's been like that since the minute it started. So that predates me by about 3.5 years. It is just not, because of the expectations, and how expensive it is to put on, how difficult it is to put on, the strain that it puts on the library team. We are going to do that every other year. So we're going to odd-numbered years. So there will not be a Katrina Ball this year. But what I'm here to tell you about is the fundraiser that we're adding in, which is something. I was with the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Central and South Texas for 7 years as their Chief Development Officer. And Make-A-Wish did this event for 12 years, and it raised a ton of money. The last year that I was with Make-A-Wish, we raised about $750,000. So get excited, because David McCary, you're going to be on the building. Yes. So it's called Over the Edge. It's an urban rappelling event. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of it before, but Over the Edge is a Canadian company that only sells 2 licenses per metro area per year. So only 2 organizations can do it. The other license is held by Special Olympics, and I'm going to say they don't do it right. But with Jessica and Denise and I all have experience with Over the Edge with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and so we really have a leg up on some of these other organizations. So while we cannot, for reasons I won't mention, we cannot mention the building for sure right now, September 21st, we will be doing Over the Edge
at a more than 20-story building downtown. The first 200 people to raise $1,500 get the opportunity to go over the edge. So the way that this works is it's a crowdfunding. So Joanne's like, nope. So this is based on crowdfunding. So just like a 5K or a walk or something like that, the Over the Edge company will have landing pages for all the rappellers that sign up, and then you can personalize your story, why you love libraries, why you want to raise money for the foundation. And also for the library. So we will, as we do every year with the major fundraiser, giving a large portion of the proceeds to the library as an unrestricted gift for projects and programs. But anyway, so it's very exciting. I actually did it. There's a program called Toss Your Boss. And that is where people who are on your team, so library team, if anybody from the library team is here, you guys can raise money and ask Kathy to go over the edge. Or you can raise more money to not go. So Toss Your Boss, your team raises money. That's what happened. That's the reason that I ended up doing it, because my development team at Make-A-Wish Central and South Texas raised a couple $1,000s for me to go over the edge. There's some great sponsorship opportunities. Hopefully we will be hosting the drop party, which is Friday night when the media goes over the edge, because the media loves this event. You hopefully will be able to see our location from the top level of the parking garage at Central, and so we may be having a party there to watch the media go over the edge. So it's a very unique event. It's something completely different. Our board is super excited about it. We are not hard launching this until after our luncheon, but we did want to go ahead and announce this to everyone so that you know that we don't have Katrina Ball coming up. If you want to support the foundation by coming to our luncheon, that's still an event where you can buy a table or you can attend the luncheon. But we will, at the beginning of May, as soon as we are finished with our luncheon, we will be hard launching this, and it will be a big push all through the summer for the folks to raise the money. So I have a video, but Edward disappeared. So I don't know.
He's right by the door.
Okay. I need someone to play my video. Saturday, September 21st, unless we have so many rappellers that we also have to go into Sunday. So Over the Edge flies all the people in. They handle all of the logistics of the event. We're just in charge of the hoopla. So now we're going to watch a little video so you guys can see a visual of what this can look like. And this is all, I'm actually in this video. Let's see if you can see me. This is a video, this is all video from Make-A-Wish Central in South Texas when we did it in Austin.
When is the luncheon? What's the luncheon date?
The luncheon is May 5th, so it's the author of Dragons Love Tacos, so of course we're on Cinco de Mayo.
Awesome.
And it's at the Whitty Museum.
And while we're waiting,
yeah,
did I understand this? First of all, I like the idea of every other year, Katrina.
So odd numbered years.
Yeah.
Katrina Ball.
And this Over the Edge, is this going to be
even numbered years?
Okay.
And also I forgot before we play the video, we also have our executive chairs already identified for Katrina Ball for 2025, and that's Diana Barrios Trevino and her husband Rolly Trevino. So we're really planning. Okay, are we ready? Okay, everybody, watch the video. Hopefully, watch the video. It's a very exciting video, I promise. It's only 30 seconds long.
So is the building identified yet?
It is, but they have to get final approval from their corporate headquarters, so I can't say it out loud yet.
I just very sure.
Yeah. No. Over the Edge takes care of all the insurance, all the liability. Okay, here we go. So if you raise $2,500, you get a GoPro attached to your helmet. So that's what all these videos are, GoPro videos. One story at a time. Well, how's that for a great tagline? You want to play it again? David McCreless wants you to play it again.
I don't know what I was going to look at first.
Oh,
I kind of
okay.
want to.
You want to see it again? Okay, it's only 30 seconds, so, or a minute. They were big supporters of us at Make-A-Wish. It's exciting, right? Okay, so if you weigh between 100 pounds and 300 pounds, you can rappel. Those are the only, there's no age limit, there's no, but between 100, you have to be between 100 pounds and 300 pounds.
How long does the rappel take?
It depends. The building we're looking at is just above 20 stories, so it kind of depends on you.
Do you freeze midway down?
And if you do, there's a safety rope and they can just lower you right to the bottom, so it's not a big deal. And I have done it, and there is video of me doing it if anybody wants to see that. Not right now, but any other questions?
Thank you so much, Amy. You already generated a bunch of excitement. Okay, and next we will go to item number 5, the report from the interim library director. Kathy.
Thank you. I really don't appreciate
That Amy is just now talking about toss your boss. Now that I'm in this position. Not cool. Okay. Amy did tell me that I could have a proxy, so I might take that.
Is this why Ramiro decided to retire?
Very fishy time.
That could be. So just a few items to share, some of which others have mentioned, so I'll keep it brief. But we have transitioned. It's hard to believe it's been a month since the various folks have been in their interim positions. The team is great. And I just want to say thank you for all the kind comments and the support for our whole team, everyone who's stepping up into interim positions. We had the Pop Madness event at the Central Library on March 9th. We had about 1,750 attendees. And the event included activities like Pokemon Arena, biking battle, and also panel discussions on cosplay sewing and filmmaking. So it was a very successful event. Super exciting to see that at Central. As many have mentioned, we are in full-fledged Eclipse Madness mode, and the libraries in each council district hosted Eclipse-related activities, so those have concluded. But you can still walk into the library locations and get up to 4 pairs of Eclipse classes. You do have some at your place, at each place, and those are, you're going to be very popular when people find out you have Eclipse classes. The Molly Pruitt branch, as you'll recall, the board approved the change of service hours as well as the change of service to do curbside. That was implemented on March 18th. A communication plan was carried out, And so we wanted to make sure word got out to everyone about that change, and we're currently collecting usage data, so we'll be sharing that moving forward. Book Festival is coming up on April 13th at the Central Library and of course at UTSA at the Art School, so we're looking forward to that. And then the last item I have, besides your Fiesta medals or at your place, is the Texas Library Association Conference. It's going to be in San Antonio. So that's from April 16th to 19th at the Convention Center. And this is the largest state library conference. It's the largest conference, not the largest state, because I guess Alaska's the largest state. So of all the state conferences, Texas is the largest, okay? And SAPL staff is presenting in several sessions, so we're really excited about that. Our team always really shows up and shows their professionalism by presenting. So that's all I have.
Great, thank you.
Alaska's like a martini on the rocks. It's not so much once the ice melts.
Next, we have the budget report for 2024. Gabriella?
Hi, good afternoon. Good to see you all. Nice to meet you, Mary Ann. So I'll give you all a very brief overview of the operating budget as of the end of February. It's on the green pages in your packet if you want to review it while I'm talking. So as of the end of February, 42% of the fiscal year had elapsed. Bottom line, we are at 41% spent, which includes encumbrances, or 40% without them. An encumbrance, Mary Ann, if you're not familiar, that's just a mechanism to hold funding for like contracts that you're obligated to pay throughout the year. So overall, we're slightly behind in spending, but it is going to be due to the capital outlay category, which just takes a little longer to plan and a little longer to execute. New on the report this month, if you'll notice, it's a revised budget. The very first column is going to include the fiscal year 23 carry forwards. Just a little bit over $900,000 we were able to carry forward. The accounts that were affected the most was the PC replacement account, library resources, subscription to computer services, and furniture and fixtures. So we're spending on those carry forwards as we go throughout the year. Also new this month, at the very bottom, is the gifts that have been pledged by the foundation and the Friends for 2024. So I would like to just thank you guys for y'all's continued hard work and contributions to the library. If anybody has any questions, I can take them now. Thank you.
Next is a report from the Executive Committee. We did meet on March 19th to set this agenda. A report from the Advocacy Committee, Judy?
We did not meet.
Thank you. A report from the Budget Committee, Joanne?
And the staff members with the report.
Good evening. The Budget Committee met on Wednesday, March 6th at 4 o'clock, and I will provide an overview of the items discussed. There is one item that's going to be a part of an action item later on in the agenda. But first, as part of the Budget Committee, Kathy Donnellan, Interim Library Director, provided an overview of the outlook for FY 2025 budget development process. She noted that the budget outlook for 2025 is going to be different as what we've experienced in the last several years because of the infusion of ARPA funds into the city due to COVID. Those funds are expiring and running out, so the city is going to be looking at the budget in a different way without that funding availability. So as a result, we do not anticipate major improvements as part of the budget development in 2025. However, the budget office, the city's budget office, will be sharing additional details
as the budget process and the calendar continues. And so we will keep the committee updated as that progresses. Gabby provided a overview about the initial budget calendar for FY 2025 budget development. Kathy did state that any matters of governance related to the budget development process will be brought back to the budget committee and the full board for consideration. However, there are some other small, different and more administrative type submissions that are due to the budget office, such as mandates, and those will continue at the staff level. However, any policy decision items will come back to the board through budget committee and then to the full board, as we are doing this evening in agenda item 25. Additionally, there was discussion about the library programs, deliverables, and prioritization. Essentially, the library has what are called library programs, which are large categories of our library services to our community. So they're programmed out in different categories. And so what the discussion was about in the committee meeting was to develop for this board meeting a prioritization exercise to help the board prioritize these different library programs so that we can use that as a tool to develop the FY 2025 budget. And that needs to be submitted to the budget office. It was actually due a couple weeks ago, but we delayed sending it because we needed to have the board engagement and action on it. So they are eagerly awaiting for the library to submit that, but we wanted to make sure that the library board had an opportunity to provide that guidance and that governance authority too as part of that process. And there was additional discussion about the mandated budget expenditures, new and adjusted revenues, and there were some questions related to that. We are looking at some very small adjustments to our revenue. For example, right now we do not, we have in our fee schedule the ability to rent out our terraces at the Central Library. We don't rent those out, and to do so would cost the library more than it would to actually get the income for it. So we're looking at reducing those from our fee schedule. This would in no way impact the ability of our partners and stakeholders like the foundation, the book festival, and the Friends to use those spaces as a partnership opportunity, but we just won't be renting them for a wedding, a quinceañera, things like that, because it's really outside of our core mission of providing library services. We're not an event venue. So those are the things that we looked at to reduce as part of our adjusted revenue. We also had a brief discussion about the newly adopted strategic plan and how the strategic plan can help and provide some guidance for the library board and the library staff as we develop the 2025 proposed budget for the library system. Finally, the committee set their regular date and time, so they're going to be meeting the first Wednesday of the month, and talked about next steps for the committee. And as a result of that, there is agenda item number 25 for you, which is a prioritization information for y'all in action.
Any questions for Jessica or Joanne? Okay, thank you. Reports from the Facilities Committee.
So the Facilities Committee did meet, and we do have some updates, and we do have some agenda items coming up as well.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. Yes, we did meet on March 13th. It was a very short meeting, only 2 hours. So we did cover a lot of ground that day, and you will be going over a couple more action items later in the meeting, and you've already covered a couple that we went over. We do have a couple of project updates to give, and there is also a construction report in your packet that if you have any questions on any of the projects going on in your districts, let me know, and I'll be glad to answer them. So the Carver Branch Library, the main update on this one, it's a 2022 bond project with a $12.5 million funding source. We are currently in working to get a construction manager at risk on board. We have a team together that's going to be conducting some interviews in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be selecting a construction manager at risk to work with our contractor to proceed with that project. And this will be, a lot of comments have been made about how the Las Palmas project has gone about. This construction manager at risk should help eliminate some of those problems because, like for instance, the fire system, we would have found out probably right away that it's going to be this much and you probably can't afford it. So that would be one advantage that we're looking at having with the construction manager at risk. So and we will keep you posted how that goes. The other project is the IGO branch library. That's an HVAC project. That is a 2023 deferred maintenance project. This one we have, all the equipment is in. We have replaced the air conditioning system in the meeting rooms. So those two, the meeting rooms are ready to go. And so when we're ready to complete the remaining work at the library, we will be able to close the main branch of the library, but still leave the meeting rooms open for voting when that goes on. We've done that before at IGO. We've had voting going on when we've had the library closed for work. So right now the HVAC equipment, the equipment has arrived, but we have to redo the cement, the concrete pad that all the equipment sits on because we've had a lot of ground movement. So we're working with our engineers and our construction people to develop the plan on how to proceed with that process. So we'll keep you informed as we move forward on that. And that's about it, unless you have any questions on the construction. We did also revamp the construction report a little bit to make it maybe a little easier for you all to find your districts. And we included some additional scheduling information for you to keep track of what we're up to. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer any of those.
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
And Mary Ann, please feel free to reach out if you have any questions on other projects in the district. Thanks.
Report from the naming committee, Trustee?
We did not meet yet.
Thank you. Report from the ad hoc board policy committee. Paul?
I believe we met on the 14th. I was out of town at a funeral. Met to discuss the unintended children policy.
Is there a staff update for that?
We did?
You didn't.
Did it get? Okay.
Yeah, I got rescheduled.
We missed you.
So since I wasn't there, they apparently rescheduled.
I kind of think some of the committee members were busy with something else that night. So the meeting was rescheduled. It was postponed.
Thank you. A report from the ad hoc executive search committee, Judy.
Yes, we did meet and held our first meeting on March 14th. And we basically just went over our role as a committee, the process, potential timeline, and what the next, we're going to meet twice a month. And our next item is going to be looking over the job description and fine-tuning it. So that will be tomorrow.
Thank you. And then finally, a report from the ad hoc ILA committee. The committee did meet on March 5th and 19th. I think we met on the 1st also. The 5th and the 19th to give, and we'll give a report on that in executive session. We already heard from our friends at the San Antonio Public Library and also from the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. So next I will, we'll listen to a staff report, and who's doing the introduction?
That's an excellent question. Is
that
Jake
Jessica?
doing the introduction? Oh, Cheryl.
Oh, Cheryl.
My apologies. Cheryl is doing the introduction.
Okay.
That's
Thank you,
okay.
Cheryl.
And I just wanted to say both to Amy and to Mr. McCary that I think you might have some competition for the scaling of the big building, because I know Haley is going to be extremely interested in. Yeah, so we could toss that boss.
That's what the assistant to the director
And she will love it, so it'll be fine. But my real reason here, board and interim library director, is to introduce Jose Ruiz Alvarez, who is the branch manager of McCreless. Some of you may know him because he spent his first 5 years at SAPL as the manager of the Las Palmas Library, so he's intimately familiar with the discussion that we had about that. But for the past 2 years, he has been the manager here at the McCreless Branch Library. He has a wealth of knowledge and experience from other areas around the country, and Puerto Rico. And one of his greatest talents is that he loves to sing. I would ask him to do that, but for the sake of time, I will not. I will just ask him to present on his report for the McCreless Library. Jose?
Which one is it? The arrows, okay. Okay, welcome. You've been here for 3 hours and I'm welcoming you now. Okay, welcome to the McCreless Branch Library. My first slide originally was going to be my introduction, but Cheryl did it for me, so I'm going to go straight to the presentation. This branch opened to the public on Sunday, August 14, 1966. I had to do a little bit of research to find that. It serves District 3 on the southeast side of San Antonio and was named for G. Seeley and Solly McCreless, who built the McCreless Mall across the way in 1963 and donated the land to build a library. So this location opened 3 years after the mall. And because of its great location, we receive many patrons who also shop and dine across the street. We are also flanked by a refugee clinic to the east and the offices of the Texas Health and Human Services Commission to the west, and often receive visitors from those locations. Sometimes they arrive here thinking they're over there or over there because they've been misdirected, but good for us. Okay, recent renovations. On April 16th, 2022, the McCreless branch reopened after a much-awaited renovation project. And I believe that one was $2.5 million, if I'm not mistaken. The neighborhood surrounding McCreless was ecstatic that their library had been given a major upgrade. We continue to receive accolades from the public for having such an inviting environment. Our new children's area, which you see over there, is the #1 favorite area of those who visit us. We are at this moment in the Liz Trainer meeting room. I'm sure most of you knew that. One of the areas of the library that received a much needed upgrade was this room. On March 21st of 2023, this room was dedicated to the former Highland Hills Neighborhood Association leader and Holy Name Elementary School teacher, Elizabeth Trainer. A plaque was installed in her honor, in addition to her name being placed above the entrance. The McCreless Library, as all of the libraries in the system, offer a variety of programming. As you see, we have a Lego club, we have a creator club where the kids do crafts. They were doing slime the other day I was here. Family story time, and we have a read to a dog 2 Sundays a month. Activities for teens. Our teens come to our teen time on Tuesday nights to enjoy also crafts, games, electronic games. They love the video games, the what do you call that? The Switch, and it's a safe environment just to hang out and be themselves. For our adults, I skipped one here. Okay. For our community's adults, we offer the services of our Adult Learn Center, where they can acquire basic computer skills, work on their resumes and job searching skills, learn English as a second language, which is a very popular service we have here, review the questions for the naturalization exam, and even practice yoga. Other adult programming offered at McCreless are coffee, crosswords, and chisme. Do we need a translation for chisme? Gossip. That's on Wednesdays. And Queer Crafternoon every 3rd Sunday of the month. They're both run, by the way, by our magnificent adult librarian, Vicky Villalobos, who is somewhere right there. Okay, we also offer programs that can be enjoyed by people of all ages. Our annual PokeFest, I say annual, it's been the last 2 years, but we expect it to keep going annually, has drawn crowds of 500 to 600 patrons, and is without a doubt our most successful multi-generational program. The Friends of the McCreless Branch Library also are pretty active here. They host several activities throughout the year. The current officers are Cami Brantley, President, Mary Alberti, Vice President, Helen McDaniel, Treasurer, and Jill Zimmerman, Secretary. The McCreless Branch has established partnerships with various agencies and community nonprofits. In addition to performing outreach, we also make our facilities available to them so they can offer beneficial services and information to our community. Last but not least, the McCreless staff. The continued success of the McCreless Branch Library would not be possible without the professionalism and dedication of our wonderful staff. The amount of creativity and customer skills demonstrated by our staff is amazing. We are a happy team and enjoy working together. Thank you.
That was so lovely. Thank you. I like that you used so many pictures because we could see the excitement coming through. Thank you so much for doing that. And this has been a long meeting, but I do want to very quickly say that the renovations look amazing. For those of us that were here prior, McCreless Branch, when it first opened, was really, was not when it first opened in 1966, but in recent years, it was so great, the renovations that happened. And then and then we saw another round of renovations, and it just keeps on getting better. So I think that's a wonderful, wonderful story. Next we have a staff report, and I think Adam's on his way up, update regarding the San Antonio Public Library's digital library.
Yes, good evening, and I know we've all been here a while, so I'll make it as fast as I can. But I encourage you to ask any questions along the way you may have. And anyway, I'm Adam Zaby. Mary Ann, my first time meeting you. I'm the Library Services Administrator, so I do collection development, digital services, and technical services, which is like cataloging and delivery trucks and things.
Thank you for that.
So what I'm going to present to you today is something that Dale McNeil and I presented to the Community Health Committee, the City Council, at the end of February. So I added a few things in. I want you to know that it's not exactly the same because I thought y'all are a little bit more of like the inside crowd. If I want to throw some things at you that are cool, you'll appreciate them. Do I control it? So mysapl.org, I'd encourage you to think of as our digital branch library. It's more than just a digital collection, and we'll get into that in a minute. It's accessible anytime, anywhere. Portable devices, mobile browsers. If you're traveling to Europe, make sure you use a VPN, but it's there. We offer quite a few services. Many of them we had to sort of enhance during the pandemic as people weren't allowed to come into the buildings. So we wanted to make sure that the same experiences and services were available in this way. So you can sign up for your library card, you can check your account and place holds on books, but you can also do things like chat with librarians or attend training sessions. We'll get into that a little bit. This is me moving as fast as I can. So wanted to first talk to you about Libby. Last year we sunsetted, or the company Overdrive sunsetted their Overdrive app, and we introduced the Libby app. Right now, I'll just give you some quick numbers because I know some people like numbers. We have about 87,000 ebooks, 36,000 e-audio, and because some people forget, we have over 5,000 magazines that, if you subscribe to them through Libby, get delivered regularly to your inbox. As of the time that I ran this report, there were 125,125 active checkouts. So those are materials that are on somebody's device or computer that they're hopefully reading right now. Some numbers. and thanks to Scott's team for coming up with the correct SAPL colors for me. A little washed out on this page, but I appreciated the Pantone work for me. So you can see these are the calendar years, 21, 22, and 23. That our digital circulation has continued to trend upward after the pandemic. It's even gotten a boost and after the libraries were open to the public. And I attribute that to the success of our collection development team, who have managed to find exactly the right titles that our customers want, that our community wants, and to the support we get from the city and city manager's office for making those collections available. I included those two other bars because they're small, but they're interesting. So the purple is a combination of the pink and yellow. The pink bars are ebooks. And you can see that they're growing, sort of at a steady pace. But then you see e-audio has really been leaping upward. And I wouldn't be surprised if in this next year we see that actually surpass ebooks, which would be kind of an interesting pivot for us. So I wanted to share that. That's not something I shared with the Community Health Committee. Streaming media, we have the Canopy app. It's something that that we've had for a while, but we enhanced it in the fall. So we originally had sort of a limited version of it with a couple thousand films, and we decided to go ahead and buy the full package for our community, which is over 30,000 films. For comparison, that's more than Netflix, Hulu, Disney, so forth combined. That is the largest media collection you can get through an online streaming service. Every week they add about 125 new film titles. They don't remove anything. We just get an additional. That's how long it takes them to get them streamable. So it's a lot of documentaries, films. There's also classes that you can view, sort of online recordings of classes. Anyway, it's great. Oh, and I'll mention too that while the movies themselves are sort of metered to your user accounts as adults, Canopy Kids streams indefinitely free. There's no limits, so parents with children, young children, can have quality entertainment for their children whenever they want. And I wanted to move a little bit past the collection, because we do have, and it's been a lot of time and effort identifying and finding the right databases for our community. One that you may be familiar of if you've ever been a teacher in one of the school districts nearby is BrainFuse, that provides live online tutoring. You actually can get homework support with a live person on the other end and a subject who's a subject expert in that area. We recently added CraftSee, and CraftSee is can be found through the Libby app. It's an Overdrive product. So if you open your Libby app, you'll see CraftSee. It'll ask you to create an account, and usually you have to download a new app to view the videos and things on it. But it's great stuff. There's a lot of fabric arts, a lot of photography videos, cooking videos, pretty much any sort of hobby or special interest you can think of. There are experts in that area introducing them to you. And then we have one product called Udemy, which we received through our relationship with the Texas State Library and Archives Commission. And this is an online learning platform. Professors, subject experts present on long-form topics. You can take courses or course tracks. It does specialize heavily, I found, in sort of IT, coding, technical classes, but there's a lot of business classes, there's a lot of management classes, and it goes way beyond that spectrum. And then I wanted to kind of highlight some of our news pieces that we've gotten this year, well, that we have right now. But one that we received this year is called Ground News. It's another one that you find within the Libby app. Ground News is, I'll just read what I wrote down because it's sort of hard to explain. It empowers readers to compare how news sources from across the political spectrum are covering the same story. With Ground News, readers can expand their view of the news and easily compare reporting from a wide range of news outlets. So in the upper left corner, you can see that there are these meters on the page, and I encourage you to get the app to see the whole thing and more closely, that show you whether the piece you're looking at, which is, there may be 10 journals that carry the same article, same reporting, and you can see where they land on the bias spectrum, on the factuality, because they're fact checkers on a lot of the major news outlet releases. And you can make your own decisions about whether the information you're receiving is the quality you would expect. And super happy to tell you that City Council this week approved us upgrading to New York Times All Access. I'm sorry, last week. New York Times All Access, we already had the New York Times newspaper. You could read the most current issues in print, digital print, but now we have crossword puzzle, come on, applause, cooking, audio, Wirecutter, and The Athletic. And these would all be, so when you create an account with us, they give you sort of a login token that follows you, and you can save your recipes if you're a fan of the cooking section. You can save your progress on Wordle or whatever have you. And this is expected to come online for us in the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're waiting on New York Times to activate our subscription. So.
Are there directions online how to?
Oh, I should say that there will be a very comprehensive marketing campaign when this one does become available. So Scott's team will produce that, an easy pathway to get to these new features. And then I wanted to, getting close to the end of here, talk about how we've positioned ourselves for the future. As you know, in the strategic plan, that enhancing the digital experience ranked, I think, number 2 on the overall strategic plan for going forward. The way my team addresses that is through what we call the IT roadmap. You've probably heard Kathy say it a few times. You'll hear me say it a lot. It is exactly what it sounds like. It's the overlay or outline of all of our active technology projects, which I can tell you there are a lot, and then it forecasts into the future several years. And I have it based on a quarter system so that we can see when we'll have the bandwidth within the library to take on new things. I'll mention, let's see, that we are working on several initiatives right now that will improve the online experience. We will soon have a new suggest a purchase system that people will be able to access through our primary discovery layer. That's technical speak for our online catalog. When you're searching for books, you'll also be able to suggest something that you don't see in that catalog search, and our collection development team will be able to respond quickly with emails from within that system. We're also have started work on an online registration and renewal project to sort of streamline the process of onboarding new users, customers to SAPL from their phone, from their device, and not have to come into the library necessarily to pick up a card to get full access to everything. So that's great. And I'd be remiss if I pretended, and I would like to pretend, that the digital library is the most important thing, but it is really just one cornerstone. It is one cornerstone in a very broad tapestry. I didn't have enough puzzle pieces, or Scott's team didn't have the patience to deal with me adding a lot more puzzle pieces to the graphic here. But we do want to emphasize that it is just one cornerstone. We have our buildings and our facilities. The people who come into our buildings aren't necessarily there to read a book and use us for whatever their purposes are. Our obviously amazing staff who will sit next to me at a conference, and I'll say, hey, I need a slide for, a presentation, and then they add people on ladders and people lifting things up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is great. And then our physical collection, of course, which is sort of the foundation for a lot of early learning, a lot of early childhood literacy. That's how they approach books for the first time. And so these things come together and work together, and our digital library is one of those pieces. And that's it. Thank you.
I have some questions for you.
Yes.
Does anybody else have questions for Adam?
Am I correct that Ground News is a paid service that you can buy privately that the library is offering as value to the community?
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I've downloaded it on my phone when we were investigating purchasing it, and I immediately started getting alerts like every 10 seconds. I was like, oh no, but I figured out how to control that. But it's really great for following news threads that you're interested in, and making sure that you're getting side by side with AP News, with left and right wing political views, and so forth. Yes, it is. We're giving it out for free.
And also thank you for Canopy, because I watched everything, everywhere.
Oh, good.
All at once on Canopy.
That one was a big draw for us, and for a while Canopy was the only way you could stream it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you access Canopy?
Okay, so for you personally, I can help you after the session, of course, but there are cards in front of you with our digital library and access to our login page so that you can get started. essentially, you will end up downloading an app, you'll create an account, it'll be your account, you can cast to your television if you've got a smart TV, which is what I do with the kids. I don't want them to control the remote all the time, so I get to keep the phone in my pocket, and they get to watch what I tell them to watch. No, I'm joking. And yeah, and then that account stays with you as long as we've got a subscription access to Canopy. You can also find it within the Libby app.
So you're essentially this QR code down here.
It'll take you to our
It's
digital
taking you
library
to a
page.
digital library landing page.
Yeah.
And then from there, you have information about the different apps that you can download.
Exactly.
So when a person goes to the My SAPL app, how do you get to Canopy, and do we have like an easy entry point to get into Canopy?
We anticipated this
Yes, we did,
question.
but the answer didn't get any better with the anticipation.
What's the, you can just give me the answer, and I can think about how to improve it.
I would recommend starting with our website or going to a mobile browser to get to Canopy for the first time through our digital library. But I'll look into how you would actually get to it from the My SAPL app, because the My SAPL app is discrete. It's portal into your patron account. It's a digital library card. If you don't, like me, you lose your card all the time, but your phone, you can always have it and scan. And there are a number of other features built into that app that you can't find in these other things. But since Canopy is a standalone company, private industry, it is its own thing. Yeah.
And then a related question, the New York Times, you mentioned the New York Times, like coming soon, all access subscription to it. Is that an app-to-app token that you're going to be passing on, or do we, like, how do you get access? How do they know that we have a SAPL card?
Yeah, so, and I think Dale told me that you would ask that, so thank you, Dale. Yes, so you you can find it in our database list. There's a number of ways you can get to it. You can find it through the digital library link that you've got. You log in with your library account. It generates a token that helps you log into New York Times, and then that follows you. You create your own password. You can reset your password once you're over there, and it's different from your library account information in that way.
Okay. Yeah. And then what kind of marketing is planned for all of these apps? As they all sound amazing, and I just like looking at everyone's faces as you were talking. People are really excited about it here, which tells me that patrons are going to be excited about it. Maybe that's a question for Scott.
It is a question for Scott, but I can say that if he would like to join me on that, yeah.
That's a great question. So for the apps, especially Libby and Canopy, that we've had in circulation for a while, we launched comprehensive communications plans when those apps became available. Of course, Libby's been available for quite some time. That's not new to the library's suite of offerings. But we also continue to remarket these services to our existing library users. We've put a more concerted effort onto promoting collection materials, especially in the last 2 years. And so one of the ways that we'll do that is by finding an item that's available on a platform like Libby or Canopy and using the item and the interest in the item as the vehicle to promote the app so that people can find out what their discovery is for it. Some of the newer services that are available that aren't app-based, like Craftsy, we launched campaigns when they went live mostly to our existing library users. But one new collections-related, specifically digital library-related initiative that Adam didn't mention that I'm going to mention very briefly is No Holds Weekend, which is something that we've been doing so far this year, where the collections development team comes up with a really popular title and removes the holds barrier by transitioning to a pay-per-circ model, a pay-per-circulation, where we just pay for however many people check it out in a given period of time. And so that's been really helpful for us to be able to promote Libby, especially because that's how people access that material. And this upcoming week, when we announce our selection for April, we're stepping outside the comfort zone of our existing patrons a little bit and doing some pay-per-click advertising to try and bring new customers into the library, because we have this, excellent low barrier product for them. So there are lots of ways that we.
That's a collection of books, or is it specific?
It's
title?
one title per month right now. Yeah, and we just started that in January. Yeah, so this will be our third title.
Last question for both of you. How do library branches market these items?
Really good question. So There are a number of ways. We do quite a bit of in-branch marketing through things like digital displays. So about 2/3 of our library system have digital display devices where we at my team, the communications team, controls the content that's displayed on those, and we display brand marketing. So there are ads for Libby and Canopy and all of these services running on those so that folks who are in the library space know that there are these additional services available to them that extend beyond the walls of their library. And then we also have a pretty comprehensive outreach strategy with our staff that we really rely on the librarians and the frontline staff to take us across the last mile. So we'll equip them with the materials that you see in front of you and others that market these services so that when they go out into the community, if they meet somebody who, for example, says, oh, I don't need to go to the library, everything's online, they can say, guess what, we're online too, and hand them a leaflet that will direct them to Canopy or Libby so that they know that the library is for them too, even if they're not interested in visiting. So outreach is a huge vehicle that we rely on the branch staff to help us stand up, and then there's also in-branch marketing that we do of these products.
Was there a question over here?
I just had a comment along those lines. I feel like that's great when somebody's inside. I just feel like our personal app could do a better job at advertising these. I don't think we have the friendliest of apps for anybody, so I felt like I heard somebody in a meeting say we're working on that. That's a priority possibly in the future of maybe improving our app.
This is where I should put my foot in my mouth usually, but yes, that is something that's on my radar, is something I'd like to fix. But to be honest, the functionality of the app is pretty much the catalog of what library products have to offer. It's just, do we have the money, resources, and time to put the work into it to make it even better? Yeah. And I yes, would love that. And quickly, Jessica Zurita saved me. She wears so many hats. She should probably open a hat store. That you can find Canopy through the My SAPL app. When you're searching our catalog, it will tell you that a title is available through Canopy, and then it links you directly into Canopy. So I apologize for that. Thank you, Jessica.
So, I think I've asked before, but the digital usage stats that you showed us, does that include Sora?
No, that was strictly Libby, ebooks, e-audio. Yeah. But if you're interested in Sora information, I can get that for you. Yeah.
I'm not the highest tech person, but I try to.
We've got learn centers.
No.
Well, I mean, Adam is willing to stay here as long as it takes to give each person an individual tutorial. We were teasing him about that earlier.
But I really love the e-audio ones.
Yes.
Which probably.
As shown, as demonstrated by the graph. That's it.
Yes, I mean.
It's just you.
Yeah. But it really frustrates me a little bit, like, for example, if there's a book that I really want, and I'm, going, I really want to read this book, but they go, oh, you're like, 16th in line, and, and then I try to go another book, and they say, oh, you're such and such in line, and it just seems like it takes so long sometimes to get some of the more popular books, and I'm not sure why, when it's audio, that it can't go out to everybody. I mean, why is it so limited to so few people?
Well, that's the corporate model. I will say, though, that I think there's a marketing opportunity here just to leak you what book will be the No Holds weekend book ahead of time in the future, potentially, so that you don't have to wait on some of these really popular titles. In some cases, you won't find the e-book, the e-audio at all, because the company is making so much money. The publisher is making so much money selling it direct to customer, so it takes a while for that to fizzle, and then it becomes available for us. But I agree, we were lucky to get some of the top titles, Reese's picks, Oprah's picks, almost as soon as they hit the streets. But there are those other, titles that you can't do that with. So.
I'm on a 7-week wait right now.
If you give me the title, I'll help you out. Dune is a big one. Yeah.
Like the actual digital book, like the audio is available. Which book?
Sorry, Ms. Harris.
The
Perfect Marriage.
I'm really happy about this. It took me a long time. It took me a long time to even get the sample on my phone. And what I did is that I went to the Schaefer Library, and I take my things that I need to read and stuff like that, and I waited for staff to be shelving books. I didn't want one that was sitting looking at a computer computer or doing, you know, and 5 minutes, it was done.
I like that.
So this one might take 10 minutes.
We do provide pretty heavy training to our branch
Yeah.
staff. So
Well,
that,
I mean, you know, and they had me to do it myself, you know, and stuff like that, but I hate to bother staff. You know, I just wait until I said.
after these board meetings let out, my kids are already asleep, so I can hang out.
One last question,
Yes.
one last question and a comment. So the question is, how is the Corazon collection performing? I know that's physical books, but I'm curious how that's performing. And then also, are we seeing like an uptick in the digital, like, you know, sometimes people get ideas, they see the Corazon collection and they're like, oh, let me write that down. That's a good next book. So are we seeing performance
Increase in
of
holds
those,
on the
like,
electric
in-
side.
Yeah, in those ebooks.
I'd have to pull that information for you. Obviously, we didn't purchase new ebooks. We just purchased physical books with the Corazon collection. But our collection strategist is so good that he identifies like Dune is on that list. So of course we're seeing a huge uptick on Dune, whether we one way or another right now. But the physical books are doing quite well, and I've actually been dying to tell you how well they're doing. It's really great.
It's going to be the staff report next.
And I'll hold on to that for the next staff
No,
report.
no, please give a preview. It's doing really well.
Okay. In the first 2 weeks, 40% of all 3,000 some odd books copies were checked out. And at this point, we've seen more than 50 and probably closer to 70% of the books touched, borrowed, and brought back.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's the Corazon collection you're referring to?
I'm sorry?
That's the Corazon collection.
Yeah, that's the physical Corazon collection. So, to be fair, it was being heavily merchandised at most branches, but we already had many copies of each of these titles, and to see these additional ones get swept out the door means that we really hit it on the mark with what we selected for that first collection.
Awesome, thank you. And then my comment was like, some of the apps that you have, like Canopy or the Udemy, the Craftsy app, I bet there's like some opportunity to market those in the branches and like watch something together or learn like a course, you know, take a course online,
Mhm.
do it together, do an app, like do a craft together.
And there's programming around some of them. I don't know exactly how much, but I know for Canopy, for instance, tells the librarians exactly which ones they can present for public viewing because the rights are loose enough. And they do host movie watching parties. I can probably think of some other examples, but the people behind me would know better than me. So comment filed with Scott and me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to add a compliment to the staff because I managed to download Canopy, but then when I tried to get it on my TV, it wasn't working, and I don't remember what the problem was, but I called the library and they told me how to fix it. So,
oh, that's great.
Awesome. I didn't do it, but I feel good about it.
Whoever picked up the phone.
Well, thank you all.
Excellent, thank you, Adam. Next is receive a briefing on the budget outlook and conduct a fiscal year 2025 budget development prioritization exercise. Thank you. Someone to open
Okay, I just have a series of about 24 spreadsheets that I'll show you now. Now, this will be quick and painless. The budget committee gave us some really excellent guidance as a staff team to put together this discussion tonight. So this is in order, as Jessica mentioned earlier, to provide the board as our governing board input on the library programs and prioritization of those programs. So first, I'll just kind of reiterate a little bit of what Jessica said. The budget outlook for fiscal 25 budget development is different for the reason she described. There was quite enhancement to the city's budget with the ARPA funds and other federal funds, and those funds have been spent. So now we are looking at a little bit more austere budget outlook. So there is already discussion of making sure that we're really scrubbing our budget, which we always do, of course, but to look for any efficiencies we can do, any innovative ways to deliver services. And so one step of the process is to get your input on our programs of service and a prioritization of those programs of service. This exercise is not specific to any one part of the budget development, so it's not, just about improvements or just about efficiencies. It's really to kind of give us your priorities. So what are library programs? It's basically a comprehensive listing of everything we do, but in a summary format. So it really does touch everything that the library does. So again, we are here to get your input as our governing board. Of course, by city charter, the board directs the staff in what to submit as the budget request. We are following the guidance of the budget committee at their March meeting to link this exercise tonight of prioritizing the programs of service to the strategic plan. So that we're trying to make that crosswalk for the discussion tonight. And then, of course, again, I'm not about to cry, it's my allergies. Excuse me. I always tear up about budget. No, it's to guide staff throughout the process so that we can put together proposals, more specific proposals that are based on your input. So what are the library programs? There are 10 library programs. Access to information branch libraries, which basically means all the branches. Access to information central library. The library collection of books and materials, which of course is print and digital, as Adam was just referring to. Technology, children's services, teen services, adult services, libraries, facilities and spaces, community engagement. And then lastly, we have strategic initiatives, management and administration, which is kind of a catch-all of everything else that we do in terms of management and other strategic initiatives. So for example, equity, as we look at how are our programs and services equitable for the community. These probably look familiar because they are the summary that we've used the last several years. The 8 strategic initiatives you'll recall are the ones listed here. This is in prioritized order based on the previous work session that you had. So ranked first, staff and staffing, and then so on through the list, with the 8th being partnerships. So what the staff team put together, one thing the budget committee gave us guidance to do was to propose a staff prioritization of the programs just as a departure point for your discussion. So it's just a way that the staff team put together a crosswalk of the programs to those strategic initiatives, and we're suggesting a prioritization. But again, really, it's just so you have a departure point for your discussion. You can kind of like what you did with the strategies, where when you got in your work session, you said, no, I think this one should be a little higher, that one should maybe be a little lower. That's the idea here tonight. So what did we do? And we'll hand out, it actually is one spreadsheet. It's just one. But it's going to be a big sheet of paper to show what the staff team did. And so what we did is we looked at each of those library programs, and we used our best professional judgment to suggest what primary strategies were involved in each of those programs. And I'll give a couple of examples in a minute that will probably make this a little bit clearer, I hope. And then, based on the prioritization of the strategies that the board previously did, we assigned a weighted score to the program. So we looked at each program, we thought about what strategies are touched by that program of service, and then if it touched strategies that were higher on your list ranking, it got a little bit higher score in the scoring matrix. So again, this sheet you're getting is just the staff's attempt to kind of show and true up a methodology of how we could think of it as a staff team to suggest to you a ranking so you can start your discussion tonight. So this is how it worked. So the 8 strategic initiatives again are listed here. Because staff and staffing was the highest ranked, it got the most points at 8. And then second, digital experience, so 7 points, and so on and so forth. There's nothing magical about the points we assigned, except it's in reverse order of the ranking. So any programs that touch staff and staffing got 8 points on the scoring matrix. So here's one example. You can see on your sheet, I guess I should take a sheet so I can say which is which. Thanks. So you can see on your sheet that in the blue, there's the strategic plan initiatives, and there's the rank. And so, for example, staff and staffing, highest ranked, gets 8 points. All of these involve staff and staffing, all the library programs. So every program got 8 points. Next, digital experience. Some of the programs really touch that, but others don't. So, for example, access to information, there is a very big digital component to that. Central technology, of course, that one's probably the most obvious, and then collection of materials. Now, you can definitely argue that some of the other programs, there is a technology component, but maybe not a primary technology component in the same way as those first 4. And then so on and so forth. So another example, and it's the one I just mentioned, so technology, the technology program, we said had a number of strategic initiatives that really were a primary focus of that program. So we had staff and staffing, enhancing the digital library experience, collections, public awareness. So I'll just pause there and see if this is, am I doing any kind of job here? So the idea was just to look at the programs and the strategic initiatives, and then the programs got points if they had a big focus on the strategic initiatives, with the higher ranked strategic initiatives getting more points. I feel like the more I talk, the less clear I'm making this, but that was the general concept. And again, the programs are every single thing we do. So it's not like any of these programs are going to go away, right? But it's just a way to start to create some kind of prioritization based on a methodology of those programs. And again, so on this, you can see that the program names are all the way to the left column, and you can see that some of the programs tied in terms of the number of points. So we have access to information branch libraries and access to information central library. They both got 33 points total, so they're both ranked number 1. Then next is technology. That was the next highest score. It tied with library collection, so they're both ranked number 3. And so on and so forth. And of course, there's a lot of different ways we could have gone about this, but we wanted to try to accomplish what the budget committee was asking us to do, which was making that link, and then also providing some kind of staff ranking as a way for you to start your discussion. So certainly if you decided, no, I really think library facilities and spaces should be higher, that's within your prerogative as a board.
Thank you.
I'm confused about. I'm confused.
That's fair, that's honest.
I'm confused about, there doesn't seem to be a lot of connection between programs and strategic plan initiatives. I guess I would expect the budget initiatives to maybe be more aligned with the strategic plan initiatives. Where did the program names come from? Is that something that the city?
No, we do that. So the library staff team does it. And so the programs of services, we look at everything we do and we kind of try to summarize them and roll them up to these programs. So, like, for example, you're talking about the strategic initiative of programming, public programs. That's a very heavy component of children's services, adult services, and teen services. Does that help at all? Or no, probably no. So I'm sorry.
I'll take some more.
Okay, so it is a little, I mean, it's more than a little confusing. So the programs, obviously the strategic initiatives, it doesn't list every single thing we do. It's areas of focus, right? So that's, that's what a strategic plan is, where you're going to really put your attention. But what the city requires us to do is rank the programs, and those are supposed to be comprehensive to everything we do. So we looked at each program and then went down the line to say, okay, let's look at a different one. Children's services. It touches staffing, obviously. So it gets 8 points for the ranked one, strategic initiative of staffing. We didn't feel like it had as much to do with digital experience, so it didn't get points for that. It very much has a lot to do with programming. That's a big part of what Children's Services does. Library spaces, not as much. Certainly there are children's spaces, but as a program of service, not as much. Collections, a part of the collection is, but as a service program, the children's librarians don't spend as much of their time, with collections. Public awareness, we did assign points for that. And outreach, offsite delivery, we assign points for that because primarily Little Red Wagon and Broome. And then partnerships, the children's services, they do have quite a number of partnerships. So like, for example, the teen program, the teen summer food program, and things such as that.
So Kathy, I have a
yes.
question for you. Enhance the digital experience, that was like the number 2 item that we ranked. Why is that attributed to Access to Information Central Library?
Yeah,
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. So that one, it's primarily because of our Connect Technology labs. And then also, we have those collaborate spaces with embedded technology. For example, the meeting room we're in right now with access to technology through the actual facility and the branch. So that was our thinking. And I definitely want to say, thank you, that obviously this is more an art than a science, right? And so reasonable people can definitely disagree. So this was just a way to think about a ranking from the staff's perspective. And again, we're not saying board, do your own scoring, or board, this is exactly what we think you should do. It's just this was a way for us to think about which programs of service link the most closely with the strategic initiatives.
Well, I'll just make an observation. I think the library facilities and spaces is too low on this list, especially with conversations we've been having, what we've been hearing over the last 3 years in terms of heating and cooling center, getting up to speed and keeping up the pace of basically breakages, essentially. So that seems too low. And I know we ranked library spaces number 4. So I was, in my mind, I'm looking at these two and I'm like, this is way too low considering it was in the upper half of our ranking. So that's just a comment I'll share. And if any trustees want to disagree or agree with me, I'd love to hear that, get that dialogue going as well.
Yeah, that'd be good. So I failed to mention one more slide. Board discussion, yep. So just to your point, so for example, if the board decided, yes, facilities too low, we put together this so we can just move the different pieces around in the order that you feel is more appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, so, for example, you could, after you have your discussion, you could say, no, library spaces, we think it should be number 3, or whichever you think. Yep.
And I know, I appreciate how subjective this can be, so I'll ask a question exposing some subjectivity to it. So, on the library facilities and spaces, to Esprit's point, so why would that not rank under public programs? Unless I'm not understanding.
Because you deliver the program at the space, right? Is that what you're thinking, Paul?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, and so basically all the services we deliver, with the exception arguably, I guess, of digital library, are delivered through our spaces. But the facilities program itself doesn't conduct programs, So the facility staff and, that's things in our budget, like the building maintenance and repair line in our budget and those types of things. So that was our thinking. So.
Well, I think if we, let's just hypothetically say that we did give it a 6 for public programs. Right, that would move it up, it would make it 22, and it would move up, and it would be more in line with what I would envision for the importance of facilities. I'm saying that, like, what I envision is obviously very loose, but, yeah, I would expect to see it much higher.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And this, exactly what you're doing is what we hoped. Yeah, for sure.
But isn't staffing our largest budget line item?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's about 62% of our budget.
Yeah. What on this recognizes that? Is it the fact that staffing is on every one of these?
That's exactly right. Yep. That was our thinking.
So is the staffing complement equal for children's services, adult services, teen services?
Actually, Gabby, I don't know if you have access. So we do have to put position count to each of our programs, so Gabby can check that. But the short answer is no, but we could tell you a more specific answer in a sec. Yeah, that'd be good.
What exactly was the question? Do you want to know, like, how many positions are?
Yeah, if you could read out each of the age-based areas and how many positions.
Yeah, teen services, there's 13. Children's services, there's 24. And adult services, there's 22.
Librarian positions?
It depends on if the librarian is, an adult librarian or a children's librarian.
We also have in that count some other job titles besides librarian titles. Yeah, so like for exactly, yeah, and then like Little Red Wagon is in the children's program, and there's even library services specialists, I think is the title. So
Training officers are only adults.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just want to say, like, being on the facilities committee and seeing everything we're going through right now with inflation for everything, I completely agree with Esprit that we need to show that in our ranking of spaces and facilities, because that's the only way I think the city is going to see that we recognize that there is a higher cost, and prioritizing things that we're not able to do right now. And I think that's just, if people aren't factoring that into their budget now, it's gonna be a pitfall for them later.
Yep. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Or just because I'm
Okay, what other comments or feedback do y'all have?
I think the more I digested that library facilities and spaces was the main outlier for me. It seemed too low.
Yeah.
With it being up there, kind of in that 3, 4, 5 slot.
What's like a big driver of the budget?
So, the personnel, what we call personal services is the biggest part, so that's the staff, basically, and, FICA and all those things. And then, collection is about 10% of our budget. And then beyond that, the programs are all
Then
kind
everything
of,
starts to break
yeah,
down. Okay.
yeah.
So that's like, what was the number, first number you said?
About 60, it's about 62% of our budget is,
Plus 10 is 72.
yeah.
Okay. And then getting additional budget, Mr. McCary, do you have any insight into like other city departments? How do they get more budget? Like how do you make the, apart from the police department, how do other departments get more budget?
What I will share with you is that this year, this technique or this exercise, all departments are going through the same exercise, even if they're a generating department and they have their own revenues. So it's all across the board that we're trying to understand what is popular, what is the performance measure, what is that desired outcome, or the departments actually prioritizing which of these different programs are meeting those criteria. So it is all of them.
So Jessica's putting it just to start in the order of the staff ranking, but I know already the board, it seems like it's kind of coalescing about moving library facilities and spaces up. Would you like us to put it at a certain slot, 3 or 4, or?
Yeah, I would put it at 3 at least.
3.
And then we can still talk, we need to talk about 1 and 2. Another thing that is ranked low is community engagement. And I'm just thinking, I want to think through this a little bit, but community engagement, I don't know, I kind of feel like I'm looking at the ranking, so it has like 13 points. But should it have got, like, I'm just curious, like, why didn't it get partnership? It seems like there's partnership opportunities to engage with the community. And same thing with library spaces, like library spaces could be used.
No, that's good feedback. Like I said, we kind of took a swipe at it, but I think the point you're making, yeah, I mean, partnerships, it could be a space thing, community engagement can include partnerships for sure.
So if we hypothetically added 6 more points to this one, it would be 19. And it would move up at least to like spot number, maybe like 6.
Okay.
Move up a little bit.
Bump community engagement up to 6.
I think there, like, I feel like there's a part, community
Jessica.
engagement's gonna require a lot less people to mobilize. Like, you're not gonna have the big staff numbers. But it's an important metric because it's gonna grow our user population, and that's inevitably what's gonna get us more budget, right? So I think, like, even if something doesn't seem like a big impact on the system, we shouldn't, from a budget perspective, we shouldn't walk past the fact that it can actually help us a lot in the long run.
Yeah, and I mean, to the point Andrea was making and you were making, obviously this is ultimately about budget. This is why we're doing it. So if there are certain areas that you feel like should be a higher priority because you think we need more resources for it, like the whole discussion tonight about the building project. I mean, it's a different budget, but nonetheless, yeah, that's exactly the kind of guidance we were looking for. And it's really hard to do this. It's like picking among your children or something.
Exactly what it is.
What other observations do y'all have?
My big one was facilities. That's the one that I was the most worrisome about it being so low. But then as we just had the discussion, library collections of books and materials and getting both physical and digital licenses, that's always going to be in the budget,
Yeah.
no matter what.
And it's a real challenge. I know Marcy kind of alluded to it. Sometimes it's hard, it's not front of mind for the general public that for libraries, it actually costs more per use for digital materials because, we're so used to like, Prime or something and you get a free ebook if you do certain things. And so the fact that digital is really a high growth area for us, it does decrease the buying power of our budget because it costs more to buy those materials because we get fewer uses from it. So just because of the way it's structured for the pricing.
So maybe library collections and books and materials need to go up then? In ranking, I mean.
Did you put it before technology?
No, what do you think? What do you all think?
It's a tough one.
I feel like
It's a real tough one.
Everything is priority.
I know, and it's hard because.
Especially 4 and 5, I feel like are tie. But it's like,
I don't think children's, adults, and teen services should be that low. I think those are,
But their services happen because of these things, I mean, they're all so interconnected.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see why you ranked the children, because you said 140,000, I understand all that. But I don't know how that go higher than access to information in branch libraries. And, I don't know. To me, I think it looks good. I think if you want to move up the facilities to underneath maybe library collection of books and materials, I don't know if I could agree to put it higher than that because I don't see, to me, we're about collections and books and materials. New technology, I mean, those are basic things,
Can I add something? One of the things you'll want to consider is the demand of services. Some things don't always hit the hot points when you put the numbers to them, professional performance review as an example. But if they're popular and they're high demand versus low demand, that can also is something to be considered. So if it's high demand, then you wouldn't want to add it before something that's more of a low priority, if that helps you.
It does, and I think that, that it's demand, but I feel that our demand is shifting too somewhat if you're watching the digital, so I think we have to take that into account too.
Yeah.
So where are we?
So Beth, your comment was that the 7, 8, and 9 need to go above community engagement?
yes.
Is that right? That's basically where it is now, right?
Right. What I think, put community engagement back where it was, doesn't it?
It was at 9, I just think that the more we do of that, the bigger our budget will be.
I agree with you. But if we don't have the services, what do we have to engage about?
No.
Well, in that way, community engagement probably includes all of those, right?
Right.
Judy, Joanne, Paul, we haven't heard from you, Paul, yet.
good with the top 5.
I mean, as far as the order, it's hard, but.
I've been in the library game for a long, long time, and I just think the user is the most, is the focus. In a school library, it's about supporting the curriculum. When you support the curriculum because you want student success. So we want patron success. We want to make sure the patron is getting what is their top needs.
So would you change
it's-
any of them?
It's 6, 7, and 8 that's the top priority.
Ahead of what's in 1 and 2 now?
Say that again?
I'm sorry. You said you think 6, 7, and 8 should be the top priority. Would you put that, and I'm just asking.
Right.
Would you put that ahead of access to information?
Not necessarily, because you're giving information access to those 3 groups. So for me, it goes right underneath that. It goes right underneath access to information.
What is the programs and services?
I'm sorry. On the strategic plan?
On the program description. So it's services, provides programs and services. What is the service?
Which program are you? I'm
It's
sorry.
any of the 3, children's, adult, and teen. It's the same blurb.
Yep. So let's take, for example, adult services. So it provides programming opportunities. So an adult program, it's all the ones that we count in the report for you each month that are focused on the age group adults. Same for children's, like for example, Storytime, a program for children.
And that's the program.
Yes, so, I mean, that's the service that's offered under the program.
The service is what? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Is there any significance, and I'm asking, to adult services being before teen services? Like, ranked higher than?
Yeah, I mean, it's very subjective, so no. I mean, this is such a tough exercise because clearly we're not going to stop doing any of these things. They're all out. That's why it's a program.
Judy said, they're all number 1.
Right. It's really tough.
Well, I think Children's Services has an aspect of outreach because it has 2 points higher.
Okay.
So maybe some of the like Little Red Wagon or some of the stuff that they're doing out is adding to that. Because it's 20 and the other 2 are 18.
And this might make you feel better, maybe, or maybe it'll make you feel worse. We'll see how this goes. But what we do with each of these programs is we put together a program budget. And so we take the staff members, I was about to say we chop them up, but that's not what I mean to say. We basically divide their time among the programs. So for example, you were asking about librarians. So children's librarians, a portion of their time is reflected in branch or central, if they're at central, and then a portion of their time is in the children's program. So because sometimes it's focused on system-wide children's programming, sometimes it's more about their time spent at the branch. They could be an assistant manager, for example. So there's overlap among the programs, I guess is what I'm saying too. So if you say children's was back where it was in the position it was before, there's still a component of the folks' time who do that up in the branch and central areas. Again, I really do not know if that's that helpful, but we're making it sound like each of these is like a super separate program, but there's a lot of overlap because staff work on multiple things, yeah.
So I kind of think that library spaces is like number 2. Because I think that it's something that's going to affect every single one of our buildings going forward. So I'm kind of thinking it's a lot higher. It's a lot higher than this. So could you just put it to the right maybe and just so we can see what it looks like? Before Central, or like next to Central.
Do we have an idea of how many HVACs are probably going to need to be replaced in the coming year or 2?
Yes. 5.
I thought that was talk to the hand, actually. Okay.
I'm not dealing with it.
Yeah, and so, not to throw this monkey wrench into it, we often think of this in terms of the operating budget, right? Like a replacement of an HVAC, we ask for that in the capital budget. So it really is, it isn't like if you rank facilities lower, you wouldn't have the opportunity to ask for that in the capital budget. So that even makes it one level trickier.
That
Yeah.
makes sense, though.
And the bond, for example, so. But there are many, many things we pay for library facilities and spaces out of the operating budget. So custodial, building maintenance and repair, all of those things.
So what if we made it number 3 and then 4, 3, 4, 5 that? Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
And could you, maybe just for my benefit, hopefully others, remind me of our action item today, this is to give you this prioritization. You take this and then you said can go.
Yes, well, we'll
Flesh it
have
out
the
a little
guidance
more.
of the budget committee each month, or more frequently if needed, when we get all the deadlines. But yes, it gives us general guidance as to the board's priorities for our programs and services as we go forward, and make staff proposals to the budget committee and to the board in some cases, so. So that I'm not certain how much opportunity there will be for improvements this cycle. And I do suspect we'll have some kind of efficiency exercise, just given the outlook. So of course, when we get to that part of the process, we'll be making a recommendation to the budget committee, they'll give us input, and then of course it'll come to the board.
But that's
before
where
we-
this list will inform what action you take. right?
Generally
So this is
speaking,
important.
yes.
This is important from that perspective.
But with the technology so low, will that interfere with all of the digital things that we see coming?
Yeah.
But that's another concern.
So the things that Adam was talking about tonight is more in the collection part of
Oh,
it.
it's in the collection and not the technology.
But the technology part is things like our computer labs, like our software subscriptions, those types of things. Yep. And even the replacement cycle for the computers. So we try to just have a life of 4 years for the public computers and then replace them, which we have been doing.
So would y'all be opposed to moving collections to 4, children's to 5, adult to 6, teen to 7?
I completely agree with that.
That way we still show that.
I completely agree with that.
The collections are important.
Yeah, that's exactly what should be.
You know, I could make a case for technology to go up, but then. If you swap 7 and 8, there's some teens out there who will be like, why did you do that?
Why, like, this is like Sophie's choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
It's hard.
It sounds ridiculous, but,
As general guidelines, I'm fine with that.
Access to central, so the fact that it's broken out, is it because of all the unique programming that happens in central? Let me read this real quickly.
Yeah, why, so you're asking why central's broken out from branches?
Yeah.
Good question.
I was curious.
So one reason that Central's broken out from branches is because of the part about our budget being mainly staff, and also kind of the cost drivers in our budget. So Central has quite a number of staff members, branches have quite a number of staff members, so that's why we split them out. So could it have been access to information just as one big program? It could have been. It would have been a very large percentage of our budget. So we were kind of trying to strike that balance of not, ending up with just like 5 programs or something, because then it makes, maybe it would have made this exercise easier, but when we get into the budget process, it doesn't.
It's basically in the same spot
Yeah.
anyway, by having them 1 and 2. It's like grouping them together. Just like 7, 8, or 5, 6, and 7 are moving together as a unit, right? So, okay. I heard Paul say he was like pretty good with this, and Andrea and Marcy. Anyone else have comments? Carla, anything? Good? Yeah. Joanne?
No, pretty good. I'm just concerned about technology.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned about that too. But when I look above it, I don't know what to put above it.
It's shrinking, yeah.
So it's probably in the right spot. It's not just Wi-Fi, it's quite a few things, yeah. The computer labs, the collaborative technology.
And just because we've gone so late, with the board's permission, is it okay if the staff team grabs some dinner?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
of course, definitely.
I'm going to.
Okay, Beth?
It's an action item, right?
Marcy's good with it, right? Mary Ann, do you have any? Yes. Andrea, you said you were good. Josie, are you good with this, the way it is?
So one piece of housekeeping, if I might, if when the board is ready with the listing and you feel comfortable, the motion would be to approve the prioritization as you just discussed, and then we'll have Nicholas read that ranking into the record. Yeah.
Yeah, we can just, if you just go to the prioritization, we can just have the board member make the motion and read the listing. That way it'll be part of the record. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed design, or what am I saying, sorry. Is that right?
No, you're,
Yeah.
she's going to read them though.
I'll make the motion
Okay.
to approve the prioritization of the library programs,
I'll second it.
as shown up there, with access to information, branch first, access to information central second, library facilities spaces third, library collections of books and materials fourth, children's services fifth, adult services sixth, teen services seventh, technology eighth, team engagement ninth, and finally 10, strategic initiatives management and administration.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for that motion, and I heard a second, I think.
Yes, I'll second.
Andrea. And the first from Paul, a second from Andrea. We have been talking as we were going through the exercise, but is there any additional comments, questions? Okay, and then Nicholas, I'll just do a quick vote on this one. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Jessica, are you going to do the next item?
All right. So the next item is a consideration for the board to authorize the temporary closure of the Bazan Branch Library located in District 5 for a roof replacement project. A little background, this project was identified as a result of roof damage from a May 2021 hailstorm. The city did an assessment and identified that this building had damage to the roof as a result of the hailstorm. And so the project is to replace the entire seam metal roof. And the scope is shown on the screen. It's to replace all existing metal roofing, trim, fascia, all existing gutters, downspouts, and existing bitumen, am I saying that right, roof system? So we do anticipate, due to the extensive nature of this project, that we will need to close the library for this time. We will not be able to operate the library system due to the extensive nature of this. It is an insurance claim. The project budget is $217,000 for this. So we are proposing a closure to begin on April 29th. This timeframe gives us enough time to provide a minimum of 30-day notice to our community about the closure. Anytime the library does propose a closure, we do undertake a comprehensive community engagement communication plan, and that does include all avenues of email to those patrons who use that library on site, signage and other resources to get the information out. We are expecting 4 to 6 weeks, but we typically plan for the 6 weeks just in case of weather and other items. So we will redirect patrons to the 4 nearest library locations: Central, San Pedro, Collins, and Memorial. We will have at Collins Garden holds pickup. So folks who have holds requested books will be able to go to Collins Garden to pick up their materials. And we will absolutely keep the Facilities Committee and the Library Board updated through the periodic project reports that we provide. And so the requested action from the board is to approve the closure of the Bazan Branch Library beginning April 29th, 2024 for a re-roofing project.
Was there an end date?
It's 4 to 6 weeks, so we typically do not indicate the end date, just because if we can open earlier, we will. And if we go past the 4-week time frame into the 6-week, we will take that time.
First, we need a motion, and then we can discuss it.
You said it was
We'll discuss more detail after a motion. That's okay. You can make a motion, though, if you'd like to.
No, I just had a question for her.
Okay. Anybody else want to make a motion on this, and then we can discuss?
I'll make a motion to approve the closure of the Bazan Branch Library beginning on April 29th, 2024 for re-roofing.
Second.
And a second was from Josie. Okay, thank you. And now, Marianne, you can ask your question.
I'm sorry. I knew I was going to do this. Did I tell you?
It happens. Don't worry.
You said it was $217 for the whole roof, correct?
Correct.
And is that the insurance company is paying for that?
Yes,
Is that right? And
it's
so
an insurance claim.
Do we have a deductible?
The deductible has been figured into that, yes.
The $217 is the deductible.
No, that was above the deductible, yeah.
Do you know how much our deductible is?
For that location, it's probably right around $100,000. That's typical for a branch library to have a $100,000 deductible, $100,000 to $120,000, and then over and above that, the insurance company will cover.
So we still have money, $100,000 a lot, still to pay out of pocket library?
Oh, no. That's all been taken care of by I don't know how they did that. I know that Public Works worked with the Office of Risk Management, and they worked with the insurance company, and they did their magic. One of the reasons it's taken so long, because this is from the 2021 hailstorm. There's been a lot of conversations, a lot of discussions on how this is going to be paid for and how it's not going to be paid for.
You should come up here, Mark.
And just for the YouTube record, the question was regarding deductible and how that was handled.
Well, what $217, the insurance company paid for that?
That's what the cost of the project is, yeah.
So,
That's what the city's paying, yeah.
I have the question, is the roof, is there damage being done, like, on a daily basis, monthly basis?
No, it was damaged during the hailstorm, and so the insurance company deemed that it needed to be replaced. So it's not actively leaking right now. We don't have any active problems in the branch.
Okay.
But they are going to replace it.
Okay, so the reason for the urgency of this is because insurance is finally ready to pay, like everything's finally been settled.
Yeah.
And so we want to act quickly on it.
Yes.
Before.
Actually, you may recall, we came, I believe it was back in December, we came to the board because the original closure, or the original timeline on this was to start in February. But then they had some procurement issues, so they had to delay it for a month or two, so we had to bring this back, so.
Okay.
And yes, the insurance company is very anxious to get these projects finished.
Yeah, that makes sense. I worked for an insurance company. So.
And as another point, part of the closure really is, you've got the noise inside the branch, that'll be a problem. But because of the location of Bazan being on, what is that, Commerce and what's that other street? Buena Vista. There is no room on the side streets for the contractor to actually roll out the metal and to do the work, so they're going to have to be working in the parking lot. That's another reason we're going to have the book drop closed, and that'll be part of the communication plan to let everybody know.
Any other questions for Jessica or Mark? Okay, I was just looking to see what the visits and circulation for Bazan were. Bazan and Collins Garden, just because in District 5, we have a branch that's already closed. And I just want to be sensitive to the fact that we're like closing another branch in the same location, but I do understand in the insurance world that having an open claim puts, every day that it's open without getting started on the work, you don't want to potentially lose that money over something change. So that makes sense. Okay. Any other questions or comments?
No, I would just say, I would really appreciate it if it was open by summer, because I know it's used, and so that would put us right at the beginning of June. So the
That was our
sooner-
factor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the better, for that community.
Good point. Thank you.
We are really hoping for good weather, because the contractor should be able to finish it in 4 weeks if we don't get any rain days. So.
Okay, no rain. Nicholas is eating, so I'm going to call for another vote on this one. Voice vote. And the motion was already made for the temporary closure of Bazan Branch Library for the roof replacement project starting on April 29th. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Sorry, I'm not opposed.
Okay, you were saying aye. Okay, thank you. Opposed, no. Thank you, Jessica. You have the next one also? Yes, you do. Okay. Consider delegating to the interim library director the authority to set closure dates for library locations in order to implement deferred maintenance projects and capital improvement projects.
So during the last facilities committee meeting, when various projects were being discussed, the idea came about to have the library board consider this item, which is to delegate to the interim library director closure dates for projects scheduled in calendar year 2024. And so I will review those projects that are as part of this motion or action item for the board. There are 3 projects that we're looking at. The first is the Johnston Branch Library. It is a deferred maintenance renovation project. We are looking at that project taking place for approximately 18-week closure. Our next is the Semmes Branch Library, which is approximately 8 weeks and funded through deferred maintenance renovation project. And then lastly, it's the Igo Branch Library. This project, we are still in scope and don't have a closure timeframe yet. But we are working diligently on it, and it is a capital improvement project. And so these are the 3 projects that we've identified. It's important to note that we, as looking at closures as we're entering the summer months, and we are very sensitive to HVAC issues, and so we're trying our best to get some of these projects in before summer hits. And in some cases, because of the the nature of just the meeting schedule of the board and the facilities committee, we could be ready to go with one project and then it's, 3 weeks till the board meeting. And so we wanted to try to see if we could find a way to maximize time while also making sure that the board is aware of the projects, comfortable with the library moving forward as needed. Just to share with you things that we consider when we look at closing library locations or whether or not it's a vote center. We take very seriously library locations serving as voting centers, and so we do our very best to not schedule any closure during voting. It does happen occasionally. For example, Las Palmas is currently closed, and it's a very popular voting center, so we're very cognizant that we try and schedule things around that. VITA sites, which is the income tax volunteer preparation, whether there are any other libraries in that area that are closed. We don't want to have two within a few miles closed as much as possible. And again, the summer. The summer is a very popular time. It's a very important time for libraries to be a refuge for children and students in our community. And so as well, with any closure, we undertake a comprehensive communication plan to inform the community of each closure. We do that. Our standard is 30 days notice so that folks have a good, they can be informed, reminded. And so that's, those are the things that we look at. On the right, you'll see a map of the locations that I previously shared with you, and it just shows you that they're dispersed. They're all over the city, so they're not right next to each other. Lastly, I'll just note that in April of 2023, the board approved a delegation to the director for HVAC projects for the Pan American and IGO branch libraries. So that is something that we are planning and moving forward with, but wanted to make sure that you were aware of that prior action because those will be taking place in 2024 as well. And the requested action is to delegate to the interim library director authority to set closure dates in calendar year 2024 for the Johnston, SEMS, IGO branch libraries to implement deferred maintenance projects and/or capital improvement projects.
So moved.
I'll second. And Judy, thank you. So we have a first and second. Any additional questions or comments?
Can you go back to the map again?
Is there 4 locations?
Yeah.
Pan Am. I had to
And that's because Pan Am was previously approved as a closure, and so we wanted to show
and it
transparency.
hasn't happened
It
yet.
hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
Briefly describe what the projects are that will be.
Sure.
Is it HVAC or?
Certainly, we can take care of that. So the Johnston project is 2 different projects. It's a capital improvement project, which is for HVAC replacement, and then it is a deferred maintenance project for interior renovations to include carpet, paint, and then we're also going to do some exterior concrete repairs. That project is slated to take approximately 16 to 18 weeks because unfortunately with the 2 projects that are going on, we can't do them simultaneously because you can't put carpet and paint in unless you have a climatized building. So we have to have the HVAC running completely well in there, so that'll take a good 8 to 10 weeks to do, and then the carpet and paint can come in, so that'll be the extent of that project. Let's see, what was the other ones? The SEMS project, that also is a 2-part project. As you recall, we've had a lot of failure in the back patio area at SEMS Library. So there's a lot of ground movement going on, so we've had some concrete and the patios have crumbled, so we've got a consultant working on that. We also have an interior project going on. So the exterior project and the patio, that wouldn't technically require a closure. But we also have a deferred maintenance project inside the building, which is going to be to repaint, renovate the restrooms, and then do some ceiling repairs around in the staff area. So we'll have to close for that interior project. That'll be a shorter closure because it's only going to be probably 6 to 8 weeks to do that, to do the interior work. But at the same time, they can start working in the outside. That'll take a little bit longer, but they can at least, while the building's closed, our plan is to do all the demo, get as much of the noisy stuff out of the way, and then that takes care of that problem. IGO is also a 2-part project because that's the HVAC project that you guys approved last year for the director to close. But then they've also added an additional project, which is a foundation repair. Also, that would not necessarily result in a closure because it's mostly around the outside of the building, not inside, but we're going to take that opportunity to do all of it at the same time. So that's why we put that on this list as well.
Is that when the windmill and river are gonna be fixed?
We actually met with the artist out there a couple weeks ago to start looking at what we got to do to make that work. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Liz, do you want to take us on a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Carla Gergiel. Joanne Harris.
Yes.
Josie Martinez.
Aye.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz.
Aye.
Marianne Valdez Hernandez.
Aye.
Fernanda Cardenas. Is absent. Paul Stahl.
Yes.
Marcy Inns.
Yes.
Beth Graham.
Aye.
Judy Cruz.
Aye.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to item number 24, just for the purposes of only having to stop the live stream once, so just make this more consistent. And this is a motion to amend the library board committee appointments for fiscal year 2024. I'll just remind you all that at the beginning of the fiscal year, we had a new trustee join us, Carla, and today we have another new trustee, Marianne Valdez Hernandez, and normally we want to give trustees a few months to get into the groove of the trustee board, kind of groove before they join committees. So Carla has done that, and I've asked her to join the naming committee. Let me see. Yes, Carla. So I've asked her to join the naming committee, and the budget committee, and also to be a liaison to the San Antonio Public Library Foundation. And I spoke to Carla about this ahead of time, not springing this on her today, and she was supportive of such a change. And then also somewhat of a special exception, but Marianne, although she's been involved with the board for the last couple of weeks, I did ask her to join facilities committee because of the nature of facilities and the fact that District 5 has active projects. I thought it was really important for her to get on there immediately, and she also agreed for that, so thank you for that, Marianne. So she's joining facilities committee and replacing the previous District 5 trustee. And then one final addition is that also under the San Antonio Public Library Foundation, I'm going to be added as a liaison as well. Kathy let me know that the board chair is always supposed to be an ex officio member of the San Antonio Public Library Foundation, so my name has been added there as well. So I will be looking for a motion, and it can be to accept the committee assignments as are shown on this brown paper, but they specifically, the changes are Carla on naming, Carla on budget, Marianne on facilities, and then Carla and myself on San Antonio Public Library Foundation.
I move that we accept the revised Board of Trustees as presented.
Thank you, Marcy.
With committee assignments.
I second.
Okay, so we have a first from Marcy and a second from Joanne. Any feedback, comments?
Carla Gergiolo.
Aye.
Joanne Harris.
Aye.
Josie Martinez.
Aye.
Andrea Sanchez Muniz.
Aye.
Marianne Valdez Hernandez.
Aye.
Fernanda Cardenas is absent. Paul Stahl.
Aye.
Marcy Inns.
Aye.
Beth Graham.
Aye.
Judy Cruz.
Aye.
Jaspreet Kaur.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. And then for the last item, I'm going to read this. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will begin its executive session pursuant to Government Code Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and Texas Government Code Section 551.074, personal matters, on the 27th day of March 2024 at 9:16 p.m. Public Library has completed its executive session on the 27th day of March 2024 at 9:45 p.m. The Board of Trustees of the San Antonio Public Library will now resume its open session. No action was taken. And Marcy, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
All those in favor?
Aye. We're adjourned. Thanks, everyone, for your participation. I appreciate all of you.
This is kind of bad.